Ladies and gentlemen, so, we're actually not going to do any of this on the Alliance. Because I did a triple check this time. Because I wasn't quite sure how much repeat content there was here, and I didn't want to run into the nagging problem. Okay. Turns out, there is no real Alliance unique content. There is, however, some Horde unique content, and I knew that. So,
I am honored.
what we're going to do,
Farewell.
go ahead and just kind of fly up here. Go too far. Very important, the going too far part. So, the only real change here in the Horde Alliance quest is some of the quest dialogue is a little bit different. And that's about this area right here. The forests are coming back to Blade's Edge. You can still see the rocky, jagged rocks every now and again. But overall, this is what the Cenarian Expedition is currently working on. After finishing their work in Nagrand and finishing their work in Zangarmarsh, which we actually helped with, they have started terraforming the Blade's Edge. Hypothetically, they could probably make Blade's Edge actually be a livable terrain at some point or another. But as you can see, they've gotten to the point of grass and a few trees. That's about all they've managed. If you're wondering why they've only gotten so little work done, it's because the Blade's Edge Mountains looks like this. Now, I should mention, in the interest of honesty, that a lot of this doesn't make sense from an ecological perspective. Unlike both Nagrand and Zangarmarsh, Blade's Edge is illogical. There really should be some kind of arable land around here to support the, the ecology. There needs to be something at the bottom of the food chain, and there isn't. There's a whole lot of meat eaters. Like the frickin' raptors I'm flying by, or the wolves, or the ogres. And they need to eat something. And remember, all this foliage up here, this flora, this is new. I mean, it's not super new, but this is new. So how the hell have you people been surviving for so long in here? Anyways, that's it. I just wanted to comment on it briefly. Scooch down here and switch to our character we're going to be doing Blade's Edge on. Because this is an inn, isn't it? No, this isn't an inn. Where's the inn? Uh-huh. Nope. Where the hell's the inn? Oh, this is ridiculous. Hey, Valerian. Let's do lunars. I have decided to become one with the stars. I knew it, Lunarith. I knew that you secretly don't like a music that I like. I like that thing. I like that thing. The good news is this simplifies things. It also means less having. The bad news is we're going to do some tests now. Yeah, that's great. Go away. Shut up.
A radiant song.
Shut up. Now, so, welcome to the Blade's Edge Mountains. What is our level? I can't even tell. Where's our experience bar? The default UI. Is that it? Oh, is that it? I don't know what level I am on the default UI. Oh, right. I don't actually... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're gonna... Character screen. Yeah. So, where's my experience bar? Yeah, I actually know where it is. Let's see. Somewhere here. I'm not actually sure where. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Enable. There we go. Oh, I just did. So I'm actually pretty far. I'm at 7% right now. Okay, cool. Let's get rid of that again and never look at it ever again. Right, so. Just double checking. Okay.
Thrall Hall.
As an apprentice, I'm gonna tell you to go to another zone. God damn it. Are there no zones? Are there no quests here? Oh, they're over here. Wake up, Laura, wake up. I know you're dumb.
Speak, friend.
The Thunderlord were once a proud orc clan before they were transformed into fell orcs in the blood of Manaroth. Recently recovered the orc stronghold from the ogres that infest the ravine below. They moved in when the Thunderlord abandoned it. We will keep this place, and I will have your help in doing so. There are bloodletters that have become a plague upon us. They eat and breed incessantly. Kill them.
Go forth to victory.
Hey, you remember the Thunderlord Clan? No, you don't. Don't lie to me. There's a wanted poster, which we'll go and grab really quick. We're still in time walking, aren't we? Yeah, no, we are. Okay, cool.
What do you need?
Don't look like I have time for idle chit-chat.
Go forth to feed.
There is a threat to the Thunderlord, worse than the Alliance. I speak of the ogres. The Alliance aren't a threat, dude. Not here, anyways. Well, they aren't the only ogres. They are the closest, and they're the only ones we've defeated to take this place. Head north through the jagged ridge, and then down the path, which leads to their hold. Slay as many of the Bladespire ogres and their raptors as you can. Nope, not yet, Asmirastar. Not yet. We're still in testing land. Population, this guy. So here's the easy answer to your question, Elizar. The further into the game you get, the more voice acting there is. However, they never have what I would call 100% voice acting. There's only one MMO ever that's actually had full voice acting. And I wouldn't recommend that one, at least not at this point in time. Tor is correct. Star Wars The Old Republic. Guild Wars 2 is pretty close. Guild Wars 2 has the same general problem that both WoW and FF14 do, and that the amount of dialogue that is voice acted varies. It depends, for lack of a better way to put that. I mean, honestly, I would never recommend you play Tor past the class campaigns anyways. Pillars of Stone. But you are correct. Correct. I can't talk. I Kirby'd my food so hard I'm having trouble talking. Hot Feet, whichever one was actually good, I agree. I think it was the second one. No, it was the third one, because first it was like the Huts, and then it was like Kotfi, the bad one, and then it was Kotfi, the good one. And then it got bad again. And then it died. Isn't that great that MMO is like basically dead? Like, it's so funny. I've actually had a few people contest me and say, Tor's not dead! And it's like, okay. So there's this weird thing. People like cutoff points, right? Big, obvious, right? Like that. And so it's understandable. It's relatable. It's easier to process, right? When did the Cold War end in real life? Now, if you understand the point of that, you understand that people like to have those kind of definitive endpoints and start points. But in reality land, most endpoints and start points are just a gradient. Tor is dead in every way that matters, but it's still functional and still playable and will be for a while, no less. It's just doing that thing where it slowly slides into the oblivion. Inch by bloody inch. Eventually it'll be gone. But that final point, when it's finally not really gone, is probably years out at this point. Yeah, maintenance mode is fine. The problem with maintenance mode... Where is this jackass? I just saw him earlier on my other character. The problem with maintenance mode is that it's usually more desirable to have a maintenance mode that doesn't stop literally in the middle of a plot arc. Like, I want you to imagine for just a moment that... Oh, God, I don't know. What's a good example? Oh, there he is. I don't know. What's something non-spoiler I can mention? Star Wars A New Hope. We'll go with that, okay? So imagine you're playing Star Wars A New Hope, the video game. It's like, okay, I got this. Woo! Woo, it's everything's cool, and I'm going through, and all right, we get to the Death Star. Oh, this is fantastic. I can't wait to do the Death Star. Okay, I've got to do a stealth mission. Ugh, mandatory stealth quest, am I right? Okay, we're done with the stealth mission. Oh my god, there's a boss fight coming up with Nooch Vader. And you're so excited for it, and then you defeat the boss, and it's like, yes, that was amazing. And then the game ends there.
Who you be?
Anyways. So that's a troll down there, if you can't quite tell. The troll used to be pretty friendly, troll. Me come here to teach the Bloodmaw how to brew their beer. But once me do that, the Bloodmaw bury the troll and leave him to rot. The worst part is they stole me hookah. You want to help the troll? You bring me hookah back. The troll thinks... I think it's actually an I. The troll thinks the ogres that stole it headed southwest. And while you're in there, pick up some brews, too.
Be seeing ya.
You want me to get you hookah and brew? Actually, I do, Cashel. There's this thing called magic. And I'm not actually joking. I mean, granted, we have literal spaceships in this setting, but mages have come up with interesting ways to dispose of things over the years. I think that's the simplest way to explain that. Yeah, that's trolls. This is going to be a running gag the entire time. It even came up so often. I mentioned it during the World of Warcraft series. Trolls just kind of don't really care about dying or death. They have an extremely casual relationship with death. There's a lot of examples of that, including the quest we're doing right now, where a troll is dead, and he's like, "Look, can you go get me some booze and my hookah back, please? Thanks." Like that's just says so much about how casual trolls are about this kind of crap. I don't understand your question, Elizar. You said that earlier and I didn't respond to it because there was no question there. Unless you just want to say something, in which case I acknowledge. I have read what you said. I've never heard of anyone complain that there's too much story in a game before, but that's not true. I've heard that complaint before. I've heard so many complaints you wouldn't believe. I've heard really dumb complaints, too. Yeah, trolls tend to be chill or complete fanatics. Not a lot of in between. It's very strange. I actually happen to love the trolls, though. They are unironically probably my favorite race in the game. Favorite playable race, to go back to Yura's question from like 2 days ago. I have gotten absolutely insane comments. Yura, does that count? Like, seriously, I worry for the sanity of some of the people who've been giving me comments. And no, I'm not going to share examples. I shared a couple of those comments with some other people to try and see if they could, you know, parse what they were saying. And the answer is no. Okay, Eleazar, that's a valid perspective to have. It is also, however, completely insane. So let me explain something that not a lot of people really understand about how voice acting works. So let's say I ask you to voice act a line in a video game, okay? Hey, there's a wolf over there. Oh God, it's eating me. I am dead. So if you're paying attention right now, I just gave a terrible performance. And the reason why is I had no idea what I was doing. And I was just trying to, you know, read out the line as quickly as possible because all I care about is getting my paycheck for the day. Voice acting. Every line of voice acting you add requires 2 other elements in order to actually be good voice acting. One of those is editing, the other is directing. Every line of voice acting requires an additional commensurate amount of work in order to turn that voice acting into something that's good. Don't mistake me, even if the voice acting itself is good, you need all that extra stuff. And yeah, that's also voice acting in just one language. Every additional language you add essentially doubles the price of everything there. Also, lines have to be flagged correctly. So that sounds like a strange thing. Let me explain what I mean by that. How do you know when a line starts playing? And how do you know when a line stops playing? You might say, oh, that's easy. Just make a line play whenever the voice line clip shows up. But then what if the voice line and the text on the screen don't sync up properly? Or how do you have a way to dynamically have them sync up correctly on the fly? Or how do you make it so that the player can skip through it and then not have them constantly talk over each other as they just fire up new lines over and over and over? So there's an additional layer of programming required just to make voice acting possible.
What you want?
Hey, you got me hook on me brews yet?
Later.
Oh, that's what T'Challa's talking about. Don't be not sure what those ogres put in there. That's not T'Challa brand of tobacco. No matter. T'Challa happy. Happy enough, in fact, to ask you to do me something else.
Okie
As
dokie.
T'Challa was saying, he helped out his blood maw friends to make their brew, but what T'Challa did not say was why. The blood maw are in dire straits. The blade spire be crushing them, and they need a new weapon to help out with their fight. That's when T'Challa came up with a great idea. A perfect brew, one that strengthens you and weakens your enemy. Only thing is, T'Challa does not know if it works. So, you'll go take this brew up to the Horde. See if it works.
See ya later.
Oh, and you're noticing that is the 3rd example now of ogres causing problems because other ogres are pushing them out of their territory. That's a common trend. There's a lot of dead ogres here. Get your ogre, bro. Get your ogre, bro. Not quite, Eleazar. What I'm trying to say is that if you want to have full voice acting, you have to be prepared for your game to take much longer and be substantially more expensive to make. It's why fully voice-acted games kind of don't exist. Even when a game says fully voice-acted, there's usually asterisks of dialogue that is not voiced. For example, in this very game, there is more and more and more voice acting as the game goes on. But there's never 100%. There's always some text. Because actually voicing out everything is completely insane. And again, even Tor is not actually an example of a game that is fully voice acted. It's probably as close as we've ever gotten. Why does this have a cooldown? Actually, FF16 bounced back and forth on this too. That's a single-player game. Interesting, Spartan. That sounds fun. Paladins are cool. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Tor also cheated constantly with its voice acting. Time for a little mayhem. When you agree to go help someone to, like, looted place. I don't know. This artifact bears markings that indicate its origins as being created by the Thunderlord Clan orcs. These orcs used to live at the Thunderlord stronghold before they were turned into fell orcs. For a time, the Bladespire ogres inhabited the stronghold until recently when the Horde pushed them out. You've heard a number of other artifacts are near here. Let's go find them, then. Wherever they are. Like, I like Tor a lot, but it did like to cheat a little bit with its voice acting. I mean, what I would probably do if I had more money than God, which I do, because he probably has none, and if I was in charge of Blizzard, just Blizzard, what I'd probably do is I'd probably go ahead and do what War Within does. So these things right here, I wouldn't voice these. I do still think that's a mistake. And for various reasons, which I'm not going to go into right now. But all the other stuff, sure. And like I said, that's pretty much where War Within is at. I gotta kill the cook and the shaman, who's two-headed for some reason. See, it's because he's a caster. All two-headeds are casters. It is the most recent expansion, Elizar. The most recent content, if you prefer. There we go. Ogre's drunkified. If Lotro had... Lotro has so much more text than WoW does. Lotro has more text than FF14 does. Okay. Yeah, Dawntrail's a funny one. Because Dawntrail had way too little voice acting. And worse, it had weird voice acting. As Lunaroth just mentioned. I do know what they were thinking there, but it was just, huh? One thing I thought was interesting was a comment Huthor made that he wishes that we weren't actually characters. That actually got me thinking what an MMO that was like that would look like. It's worth noting FF14 actually experimented with that. FF14 1.0, to be more precise. All the way back in the day, there was you, and then there was the person you were escorting around. That was the character, with lines and interactions and characterization, all kinds of fun stuff. You were just the random mercenary / adventurer that the actual character hired. Now, all of that is stuck in retcon land at this point, along with a lot of the story beats from that era. But it was an interesting idea. I can imagine why players didn't like it, because players probably didn't like the idea of not being the main character. Lord knows, Dawntrail has certainly had a lot of people being upset about not being the main character. And those people are very stupid. No offense. No offense to your extreme stupidity for being stupid because you're stupid! Alright, so. Point being that it's kind of a thing. Like, you can't really do that, right? In WoW, there's only really been a few expansions where we are actually a character. In fact, I would go so far as to say 2. Pandaria, Legion. Good afternoon, Dark Day. I have a quest to kill 30 ogres. That doesn't sound like a lot. I can't even imagine. I mean, I can't imagine how much slower this would be if Maverick wasn't here basically soloing this crowd. And 10 raptors. That's true. We have to kill 30 ogres and 10 raptors. This is one of the intro quests to this zone. I should mention that Blade's Edge is probably the least designed of the zones in WoW, or in BC, I should say. Like, Hellfire was very problematic, but a lot of its issues have been smoothed over. But now it's yeah, I know, right? Like, it looks so cool when you're going through Zangarmarsh. Ogres are absolutely tough in WoW, 100%. Like, as much as we kind of knock them over, ogres are pretty high-tier enemies. Especially to anybody who isn't us. It's one of those FF14 things again, right? Like, such and such isn't really a threat to us, but it sure as hell isn't a threat to everything else going on. Hang on, I'm trying really hard to understand what Elizar is saying here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start by saying I disagree. But that's because I've already seen FF14 do the same thing. And frankly, I hate it that FF14 does that. So let me explain what Elizar just said. Elizar thinks that the MSQ should be voiced and everything else shouldn't be. No. Again, that's exactly what FF14 does. And God, does it drive me bonkers over there. So I'll just start with that. But hang on. What you're really arguing for, of course, is a way to not read. Now, I got nothing there. There's no compromise I can make there. So I apologize. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on that one. However, you're also mentioning the ability to tell which quests are which. If only there was some method, some ability within the game, like, say, to see what a campaign quest is, or an important quest, or a legendary quest, or a regular old quest. Those are local quests, of course. There's also world quests and bonus world bosses and bonus objectives and events and rares and rare elites. Anyway, so this is in the game now. Now, here's the deal. This stuff has been added to the game piecemeal, bit by bit, and a lot of it has been backloaded. So, by the time you got to Dragonflight, a lot of that stuff was standard, and they've started backporting it into previous expansions. So you notice if we look here, I don't actually have much in the Blade's Edge, because, again, this is just too old. I don't actually know exactly how far back they've backported that at this point. There's only one way to find out, and we'll find out over the course of the coming weeks and months, because that's how we're going to find out. We're going to go do it ourselves. Okay, so, moving on. I wonder if I just go check, like, right now, Pandaria. Oh, nothing there. What about over here? The story progress is also inaccurate, but that's because I'm in Chromie time. Because I bet if I go to, like, Legion, it does the same thing. Yeah, and I know those quest markers are in Legion, so I think it's just not showing me because I'm not there correctly. WoW War Within is expansion 10, I think? It's patch 11, which I believe means expansion 10. So, there is something that Dragonflight in specific will actually get a negative for, which is what Blizzard's Bragwin is mentioning right now. To explain it a little bit, it's like this. Imagine for a moment that you have chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay? Cool. So you do, you level and you level and you level, and then you hit max level, and all of a sudden chapters 3, 4, and 5 are all available at the same time. Now, it's obvious why they did that, and in fact, I'm even in favor of the fact that they did that. The problem is there needs to be some kind of way to tell which ones happen in which order, because there is a very defined narrative thread, right? Like, Dragonflight is not BC, where you can just do quests out of order and who cares. Dragonflight is a singular story path, or more like 5. Yeah, exactly. They need proper signposting to say, do this one next, then do this one, then do this one, then do this one. I do still think that's a negative, and I will still ding it when we get there. But that is something people need to be aware of. It's actually worse on alts, because if you go there having already done that stuff, the moment you hit Valdrakken, most of those quests are already there, because they're already automatically unlocked for alts because of the alt-friendly skip content nature of how WoW tends to operate, which, once again, I am in favor of overall. Yeah, once you get to Valdrakken, it's just like, here's 50 quests! Oh my god, there's 50 quests. Anyways, moving on, moving on.
Hey there.
Tell T'Challa, did his brew work? Did the Bladestar Ogres like it?
Be seeing
Oh, that's good news. This brew's gonna come in handy what T'Challa's gonna ask you to do next.
later.
T'Challa's been waiting for his revenge. The day they buried T'Challa and leave him to die, it was Grimlock Battleborn that led them. The next day it was Korgar that come by and kicked T'Challa in the head. I want him dead. You'll find Grimlock atop the South Mall, and you'll find Korgar on the North Mall. Go kill the crap out of them. You got it. There. Is it just up here? Oh, yep, there he is. Peekaboo. Yep. Dead troll in the ground. Just chilling. Asking us to kill people for him. You know how it is. Don't you see dead trolls who are just like, hey. Isn't he like over here? No, he's not. Which one's this one? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. He's up. I remember this. Yeah, ironically, Dragonflight's continuity is going to lead to it getting a negative. I find something about that very funny. I've said it before and I'll say it again. As much as I come across as pro-continuity, what I really am is pro-good. Good gameplay design. Good story design. And now to talk about Classic for 5 hours. I'm joking. Do I think WoW should have more voice acting? I think it's in a good place in its current state, which I've actually already said before, if you're paying attention to Lizar. Do I think they should backport voice acting? That'd be nice, but that's never happening. Like, if I could magically add voice acting to the whole game, sure. But I don't have the powers of the queue yet, so... I've got a couple other things to do first. Like, have you seen what's going on with this tax thing? I need to fix that. And have you seen the state of your oceans? Oh my god.
How you doing, ma?
T'Challa is pleased that Kargash and Grimlock are pushing up daisies just like him, but T'Challa's thirst for revenge is not quenched. There's one more thing you must do. By the way, he's just a skull. I don't know if I've really gotten that across. Oh no, he's not. Never mind. He's just wearing a skull. Ignore me. He is dead, though. T'Challa wants revenge on all the Ogres. T'Challa was a powerful witch doctor in life. You reach into me grave, you find a wicked strong fetish. Invoke the fetish's magic at the entrances of the buildings and the towers of both Bladestar Hold and the Bloodmaw Outpost. The voodoo you work will summon an evil spirit you must defeat that will then curse the building.
Later.
Okay. I mean, if I'm going to be dead, I might as well bring down the entire Ogre army with me, because they messed with the wrong troll. So let's curse this place. Let's try this again. Curse. Hey, there we go. I mean, gameplay negative, but I could see a story positive, Mr. Ed. I will consider it. If you give me a fiber, you know, if you pay, please don't, God, please don't. Yeah, the reason you don't have trouble keeping up with the, But I already did that, Charles! The reason you don't have, problems keeping up with the story in, Legion, for example, is that all you get in, say, the starting town, which is Dalaran, is a vector quest. And the vector quest says, hey, go to this other zone. And you go to this other zone, and that's where the quests are. And you can see how that kind of diminishes some of the potential for being lost. I skipped the important parts. No, I'm pretty sure I covered that pretty thoroughly. It is the second worst game I've ever reviewed, after all. It'll probably be milked until it's not profitable. Remember, Tor's still going, technically. And Tor has been dead for years. Now, STO is actually still going. And they're only getting like one major content patch again ever. It was supposed to come out back in August, and it's not coming out till like February. So... that has nothing to do with what I was talking about, Lunarith, but that does suck. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. That does sound like the problems Bragan was having. So, Legion did something with Orgrimmar, and BFA did something with Undercity, and they haven't repeated those tricks because both of those things have been extremely buggy. Like, I anticipate at some point or another during the course of this run, I will teleport to Undercity and then die. Because that's the state Undercity is in, because of how many layers are coinciding with that area right now. That... okay, I'm going to let that one go. Okay, I'm just going to walk away from that one. I'm not in the mood today. Nagrand killed my ability to enjoy this game. It's time to slowly descend into the pit of darkness. It's okay, now we have Blade's Edge. It's okay, Blade's Edge isn't terrible. It's, I mean, it's not great, but... you didn't put it in a question queue, but I do see it, Eleazar. Do I believe Microsoft will not make Warcraft 4? So let me explain something to you about Microsoft. Microsoft Gaming, for all intents and purposes, is a separate company entity inside the Microsoft umbrella, okay? I want you to think of Microsoft Gaming as a competitor to the rest of the Microsoft departments, because that is the reality. Inside large-scale corporations like that, especially ones that have swallowed that many pieces, most of the executives and CEOs of individual branches fight each other, right? They fight each other constantly. 1 second, please.
Relax.
T'Challa does not want to speak again until you've used that fetish.
See ya
Oh,
later.
revenge is sweet, man. But T'Challa can see you'll be interested in moving on now that you helped him. I hear you, man. Life is for the living. Tell you what, T'Challa got lots of goodies left in his grave. You pick the one you like best.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, T'Challa. Enjoy death, I guess? Can Bwansamdi grab someone who died in another world? So, you've got these executives and CEOs and presidents, and all of them are fighting each other, right? Now, Spencer is actually pretty cool, all things considered. He's still a rich jackass, but that puts him at, like, the upper end of people who are in charge of gaming divisions right now. Like, he's one of the better heads of gaming we have as far as the major publishers, which is pathetic, but it's still true. He has been fighting tooth and nail for a while, but also especially this year against the other executives, against the other corporate heads in Microsoft, of the other divisions, right? And he has been trying very, very hard to not only make sure that Microsoft Gaming continues to exist, because that's a real threat that Microsoft Gaming has been facing all year, but also to be able to maintain some control over his division, because what has currently been happening is your typical infighting, right? Like, I'm over here to Maverick, I'm like, hey, Maverick, listen, that druid form looks kind of cool. I think that my division could manage the resources that went into making that flight form a little bit better than your division could. And I'm going to argue this to my boss over here, which is this bear. Hello, bear. Yeah, I think that I think that's the thing. Okay, how about this? Okay, cool. Okay, Maverick, I'm fine. And then Maverick has to go defend himself and defend his usage of resources and budget and asset and allocation in order to try and talk to Misha here, in order to make sure that he continues to operate his own division. Now, all of this sounds like nonsense, but I want to be very clear that this is what happens. There's no hyperbole, there's no exaggeration, there's no nothing. This is it. This is reality, right? Now, this happens in every division. Microsoft is just going through a particular upset right now because they just bought Active Blizzard, and they did it so they could get Call of Duty, and that hasn't returned to the dividends they were expecting, and now there's problems. Now, the good news is they got King in that, and I know Spencer's been using that to try and defend his position. What is all of this trying to say? You cannot predict what Microsoft is about to do. That's it. That is the basic element of what I'm telling you. So if you ask me, are they going to do a Warcraft 4? I have no idea. Are they going to do StarCraft 3? I have no idea. Are they going to do Diablo 5? I have no idea. Are they going to do any good remasters? I have no idea. It is impossible to predict because of how volatile the situation is right now. The only thing you can predict is that things that are likely to make a lot of money in a short period of time are more likely to get green light, because they would enable the people in charge of Microsoft Gaming to then use that as arguments for saying that Microsoft Gaming should be left alone. That's the only thing you can predict right now. And yeah, like it or not, Blizzard just doesn't make the level of money that something like King does. Because King is a mobile game developer, and they already have a pre-existing player base. They make more money every month than WoW does in a year. In fact, that's probably not even a good comparison, because it's probably even more than that. So we'll see. Moving on.
Samsung. Dabu.
Strong limb, deep roots trunk. Did you drop him by yourself? I bet you did. You know, Rexar and I are looking for help, such as yourself, to help around, especially with the problems we have with ogres.
Go forth to victory.
So, ready for the next quest? Here it comes, here it comes. Go kill 30 Blood Maul ogres.
Go forth to victory.
Welcome to Blade's Edge. I knew this was coming, by the way. This is why I did my double check on Alliance versus Horde quests. I don't want to do any of these even one more time necessary. Alright, so yep, here you go.
Safe.
The Alliance has recently moved into the west, using their elven magics to grow a town and grove in a short matter of time. We must keep their defenses weak so they don't grow a spine. I have a plan that'll do that and more. Traverse over there and take their fey dust from their fey spirit dragon things. They suck.
What can I do for you? Go.
That'll be $33 million, Charles. I do not be biased. This is a trick. Let me examine these priceless artifacts before you break them with your clumsy hands. You jackass. You almost destroyed the drum! I've worked too hard to get here, and my hands have been empty until now. At least you were able to succeed where others have only met with failure or worse. It's time to evoke a vision that'll lead us to the last relic. Take this fiery fragment of my soul. Use it to transform your body into flame, and denature your spirit into a vision guide that'll shoot forth to reveal the location of the relic. I mean, $33 million will buy me a disposable PC. $33 million, Charles. That's the price point. The funny part is I don't really have any room, like physical room for a disposable PC. That's my bed right over there. I don't exactly live in luxury, you know. I don't have more than one room to live in. So that's my bed. That's my closet over there. It's one of the stand-up closets, you know, standalones. There's all my stuff in storage for when I move. There's what's behind me, and then there's my desk and my comp setup. That's it. I don't know how further to explain it, Eleazar. I'm sorry. I really don't have anything else to add I haven't already added. It has nothing to do with making money. It has nothing to do with them making profit off of something that might actually make a profit. It has nothing to do with what the players want. It has nothing to do with who would be a good decision for the brand. It has nothing to do with Blizzard. It is 100% office politics. Nothing else matters when it comes to what gets greenlit, what gets sabotaged, and what gets budget. That is all that matters. Even if magically Warcraft 4 would be a blockbuster sales figure game, which it wouldn't, on the level of something like GTA 5, it still wouldn't matter, because that's not the thing that people care about who are actually deciding those decisions. It doesn't matter to the money people who are actually making those decisions. I love inconsistent drop rates, don't you? No wonder. Yeah, no, what's really, really, really goddamn pathetic is I am more hopeful. Let's zoom in on Blizzard. I am more hopeful for Blizzard products than I have been in a decade. Possibly longer than that. Let's ignore my own opinion on Shadowlands and BFA for just a second. I mean just the company as a whole and the possibility for the IPs actually doing things. I'm sorry to rehash this point, but Bobby Kotick was a goddamned cancer on that company. Okay, so you know that whole explanation that I paused the game to give you, Eleazar? That's office politics. Does that make sense? Because I really don't have anything else to explain it to me. It's just, there's nothing else. There's no other info to be given. Like, again, I don't want to completely put it on Bobby Kotick, but at the same time, I've done my homework on this one. I've actually studied Blizzard's internal workings and how Kotick operated. Let me tell you about something. It's called the money people, okay? Now, the money people is a terminology that refers to... it's a terminology that refers to the people who make decisions at companies, okay? It's such a vague and generic term because who that is varies. Sometimes it's an individual, sometimes it's a group. Sometimes it's like 2 or 3 people. Sometimes it's your CFO. Sometimes it's a major investor firm. Maybe sometimes it's actually a group of investors who all vote as a block. Sometimes it's one individual person. Steve Jobs, for example, is someone who was a money person because he had so much individual influence over the companies he was in charge of, and there were several. And he would express that influence, right? But most of the time, the money people is, of course, plural, right? Most of the time, the money people is like your board and some investors and usually like your CEO and stuff like that, right? Oh, I remember, Huthar. I remember. So yeah, Bobby Kotick was the money person at Active Blizzard. He retained a nearly unprecedented amount of control over Blizzard as a company. He was singularly responsible for a huge amount of things that happened there, and very little happened that didn't have his sort of approval. And that's, I'm not even getting into the horrible stuff. Let's just leave the horrible stuff over there because all kinds of people did all kinds of horrible stuff, and screw all of them. I'm talking about like the decisions the company made as a whole and how cancerous and awful of an environment it was for everyone who was working there and for the people who would buy their products. Oh, he's doing great. That man is set for life. He is rich. No, not well off, not comfortable. He is rich. He has screw around money. Part of that wonderful buyout that Microsoft did in order to rip Active Blizzard out of his hands to get Call of Duty went directly and personally to him. Yeah, that he also fought. He didn't want that purchase to go through. If there is anything in the world that convinced me that Bobby Kotick needed to get out of there, it was the fact that he was against that. Anyways, I'm sorry for ranting. Sorry. What were we going back? Oh, right. The whole reason I'm bringing all of that up, excuse me, I was reading to a point here. The whole reason I bring all that up is for however bad it feels right now for Blizzard and under Microsoft. Please remember, it is still in a better state than it was under him. For all of the uncertainty and all the office politics and all the nonsense and all the who knows, it's better than having the goddamn devil in charge of the company. Again, in control of, excuse me, let me be more clear about that, in control of the company. We're almost halfway through this quest, by the way. And I've got a tank running around here killing stuff pretty much for me. Like, all I'm doing is just dotting everything and trying to keep up. Yeah, it's pathetic, Ismira Star. It's true. We have had 2 decent expansions in a row. We have really started to recover, and I actually agree with Uthor. That Downhauser, his name is pronounced very strange, is a fascinating person who has done a fairly bang-up job given the mess he was handed. Like, you have to understand, we might get a Warcraft 4. And I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, of course we would. No, you're not listening. That was not a possibility before. And that's not presumption, because we know with total certainty that they actually had started pitching. Like, they were already putting forth projects saying, hey, we should make a new Warcraft game. And the answer was no. Projects were being pitched for years. And the answer was always no. Is that? It is. That's true. We might get something other than Warcraft Rumble. How's that for a wild thought? We might actually see a new StarCraft game someday. That was also completely off the table, by the way. Is that another one? Oh, who the hell is that? That's a Warlord's model. That's a good question, Uthor. Okay, is that all? That's all. Oh my god, we killed 30 freaking ogres. All right, let's go get that stupid thunder spike. It's over here. Okay. Yes, go, my minion. Anyways, so let's talk about Starfield. No, I'm joking. I don't have anything to add to Starfield at this point. I have gone extraordinarily in-depth into that game. I have done an 80-hour discussion on Starfield. I think I'm good there. I don't think there's any more depth I could reasonably manage to do there. Ignore the thing from beyond. He's with me. It's with me? They're with me. No, it's fine, Asmira Star. It's fine. It's fine. I'm one of the good guys. Look into the tentacles coming out of my eyes and tell me, do I look evil? I mean, to be completely honest, Charles, I don't think... Whoa! Okay. I don't think any of that's even possible in the game engine. They're not going to manage any of that actually interesting stuff unless they switch engines. Oh yeah, I also did a lamentation already on that, which is a very strange and rare experience nowadays. I don't do those anymore. I made an exception for Starfield. Starfield. No, you gotta say it right, Mr. Ed. Why'd you do it? There we go. A little bit better. Make sure to vote for the LGAs if you haven't already. There we go, much better. The reason why I did it is it really did feel like the Ride to Hell Retribution of the modern era. That's my actual honest-to-goodness reasoning. It was such a uniquely terrible game. Like, it was... we cover a lot of bad games, but Starfield was just... It was at the bottom. It was tremendously terrible in so many ways that it was difficult to summarize. I did a fairly long lamentation on that, because I just was going down the list giving examples. I can't believe they had that, Ars Bruce.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you. Good fortune to our friends.
Oh, whoop, I missed, sorry.
Loktar.
The significance of these artifacts eludes you, I am sure. See, I knew that was you immediately. Not because you were small, although that was part of it. No, it was the name that gave it away immediately, Valerian. When we have all five, our right to the ownership will be secured through the appeasement of its spirits. Do you begin to grasp why this is so important? Why I have so little patience for niceties?
Strength.
We are fortunate to have you working with us here, even if you are a bit slow. Could you stop insulting me for 5 seconds, please? You must allow me to reward you for your dedication to the cause. Yeah, okay. Well, both of these things are crap, so I'll go with that.
Go with honor.
Spirits. You, above all others, have earned the right for the Horde to inhabit our ancestral land. By recovering the artifacts of our clan, by taking up the fight against our ancient enemy, the Bladespire Ogres, and their Gronn masters, by returning the Thunderspike to my hand, you have secured the blessing of the Thunderlord Clan. I have been watching you and Rexar. You must aid him to secure the future of the Horde in these mountains. Only when you have forced the Ogres into submission and killed their master, Gruul, will your people be safe. Gruul, huh? He sounds like a fun guy. Cool. So, hang on. Let me jot down that negative to quests before I forget. There we go. I was actually thinking during the lunch break, as I was shoveling food down my throat so fast I actually gave myself hiccups.
Grom, be safe. Go forth to victory.
I wonder when we'll get our first zone that starts to get positives to zone design. I'm not being facetious or mean or even trying to talk about vanilla again, because we all know I'm kind of tired of talking about vanilla.
Glory to
I'm being quite serious. I am very curious when we will finally start getting gameplay positives for zones.
Loktar.
See, I was debating, because I couldn't think of one in Wrath that really would be one. I don't know, we'll see. I never know till I'm there. Kata would be my latest. Obviously, I think there's several Kata zones which are actually legitimately good. Your actions against the Bladespire and the Blood Maul have gone a long way to securing Thunderlord's future. We will not suffer those who would get in our way of our destiny here. As you have done good work in destroying these ogres, I intend to reward you with the appreciation of the Horde.
Dabu.
And I can't pick up... Oh, there we go. Now I can pick up this quest. That was weird. I couldn't pick it up earlier. Grab this now. Hey, what's up, buddy? Now that you see me, there's something you must tell Rexar. I know he seeks his people, and I know where they are. The Mach-Nathal are the only Horde-exclusive quests in this zone. You must go do those quests. It is your destiny. Oh, okay. Let's go do it. After we do this other quest... See, where's our wolves? There we go. Yeah, we go strengthen the wolves and kill the Fey Dragons. Meanwhile, on the Alliance, you strengthen the Fey Dragons and kill the wolves. They're the same quests. You've seen that meme, right? They're the same picture. I also like to think about it, because what we've just done is accomplished nothing. Because you consider both these quests are canon, right? So, you know, what exactly is accomplished here? If I could share an economics joke, I'm going to screw it up. As I always do when I try to tell someone else's joke. So two economists are walking down the street. Or, no, they're going through the woods. They're going through the woods. Da-da-da-da-da-da. One of them sees a bug. It's like, hey, Bob, I'll pay you $100 to go eat that bug. And Bob, who just finished going to school, he could use the money. So he's like, sure. So that's horrible. So they go a little bit further down the road. They see another bug. And, you know, Bob, who was rather upset about having eaten that bug, he turns to Bill, who told him to do it. He says, hey, Bill, pay $100 to eat that bug. And that way he'll get his revenge. So, meanwhile, Bill, who is out $100 and could use that $100 back, he agrees. So he eats a bug and gets his $100 back. After a couple of minutes, they're like, hold on. I gave you money and you gave me that money back, and all we both did is we ate bugs we didn't want to eat. We kind of... Yeah, ignore the fact that we're buffing these wolves and they're trying to kill us as a result of us buffing them. Just ignore that for a second. So, like, what have we actually accomplished here? All we did was both of us actually just ate bugs for no good reason. And Bob's like, you're not listening. This is economics. We have increased the job market by 200%. We have created a fast-growing service, which is going to be able to enable this sector in order to increase by 300% over the next 12 years. We have reduced unemployment in this forest by 100%. Anyways, that's the joke.
What do you need? For the Horde.
So, you did it. Yay, cool. Let's go. Sorry, I should probably have read that out loud, but it really was just, you did it. And now we have secured our hold over these facilities. So there's 3 bundles of quests. There's these stuff here, which we're actually already done with, thank God. Then there's the northern stuff up here. We'll get to that in a minute. And then there's the Mach-Nathal stuff. I'm actually going to hold off on the Mach-Nathal stuff right now. We're going to go ahead and do the northern stuff. So... No, that's right. They're going to chain. Oh, I forgot about that. So yeah, by the way, Rexar's model is a little bit more higher res because he's from Warlords, I believe. And yeah, he's a little bit... yeah. Also, Rexar, for those of you who've played Warcraft 3, and for those of you who don't worry about it.
The hunt begins.
Oh, God. No, he was in Warlords. He might not have gotten a new model, but he was in Warlords. I thought he had the new model. Or Misha needs sleep. Okay, that's just... I realized I wasn't sure either, because I was like, but whatever. Doesn't matter at this point. What is this you speak of? Garm Wolf Brother? He was the last chieftain of the Thunderlord. If you have communed with his spirit, it must be true. I mean, he is like 8 feet tall. Like, he's actually pretty tall. This is Warcraft, so you might think he's short, but no, he's pretty tall. Anyways.
Let the hunt begin.
I have chased rumors of Mok'Nathal across Outland and have nothing to show for it, but finally we may have found their home. And now the moment is here, I'm filled with unease. Unease that has kept me awake deep into the nights during my search. Will they accept me? I know their leader's name, Leorox. Seek him out. You must be my eyes in this.
Let the hunt begin.
Sure thing, champion of the Horde. Not yet, Mr. Red. Actually a fascinating question, Blake Javal. So what Thrall told Garrosh is 100% what happened. But there's other layers going on there that Thrall himself was unaware of and therefore could not convey. In other words, if you're paying attention, the same story beats from Warcraft 3 are present in WoW. But yeah, the context is really important there. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, that's bad storytelling. The problem is, it's actually good storytelling. We were talking about that during the cutscene. Thrall hero worships Grom so much that he himself, in universe, whitewashes a lot of what Grom did and a lot of what was going on with regards to the Orcish Horde. The demonic Horde, to be more specific. And yeah, no, exactly, Blake. It's a decent use of the unreliable narrator. And to be clear, there will absolutely be consequences for this action in the future. This is not the kind of thing that's just a one and done. We're going to see the echoes of this for a while. Yeah, Grom was kind of a dick, and Grom freely admitted to drinking of the blood willingly. To Thrall. And yeah, Thrall is imparting the same flaws onto Garrosh that Grom and Orgrim passed on to Thrall. It's one of the reasons why I was grateful that Thrall did not come back to the leadership position in the future. He is a good guy who is smart, intelligent, capable, and overall positively inclined. He's also a good warrior, good shaman, and he's respectful, he's tolerant, he's understanding, he's kind. He is not a good leader. There's just nothing else for that. He never has been. Yeah, no, I agree. And yeah, it's my own words, right? Grom was a terrible person trying to be a better person. Not succeeding, per se, but definitely making the effort. Anyways, quests.
Strength and honor.
Real quick, gameplay story segregation thing. All of these people have orcish models. They shouldn't. These are all Mok'Nathal, which means they're all half orc, half ogre. Now, they get around this by making them all huge. You notice they're all like, twice my height. But I just thought I'd share that because, that's they didn't bother to make a model for one side race. That's what's going on here. Moving on.
Thrall,
What brings you to our village?
for the Horde.
So you come from the world beyond the dark portal, and you know of Rexxar. Oh yes, I'm quite familiar with him. He's my son. But he made his choice a lifetime ago. He is not one of us, and he is not welcome here. We have enough troubles with the Blood Maul. Know this, being a half-breed does not make you Mok'Nathal.
Strength.
Okay. Well, I see you have a bunch of quests here, but I feel like I should go talk to Rexxar first. Let's go do that. It's okay, it's just a flight path away. Ignore the upper shelf stuff here. We'll get to this in a minute. Wow, there's what the sky looks like. We've actually got something of an atmosphere here, so you can see the Cenarian are doing some good work. It's better than some other zones.
Need something tracked.
So my father does live. I did not expect him to forgive. That was never his way, but I had hoped the years had dulled the anger he felt in my departure. 30 years ago, I left Mok'Nathal to follow the Horde to Azeroth. Leorox was staunchly against it, but then he never gave me any reason to stay. Still, I'd hoped for a better model than this. Damn it, Yura. Better welcome than this. My model sucks! He wanted a Mok'Nathal for a son, and now he has one, even if he will not know it. I must open his
For the
eyes.
Horde.
If the Mok'Nathal are tormented by the Blood Maw, I will stop them and their followers. Ogres are simple creatures, and there's little profit they could gain from harassing them. Must be something more to this. Take my Spirit Hawk. Okay,
Good hunting.
I can do that. I mean, fair, Uthor. There it is. God, Blade's Edge would get so many negatives if flying didn't exist. Think about going up and down these stupid mountains every time. Do you notice that, by the way? In order to go up and... Let me just emulate this for you. Because remember, you don't have flying when you're doing Blade's Edge. So it's like, hey, give me my quest. Okay. Okay, we've made it back to ground level. I also remember, yeah, doing the parkour down the blades part to try and go down quicker, where you just do the thing where like, okay, hang on. Over here, then get this one, plunk, okay, and over here, and then over here, and then over here, okay. And then down here, yeah. Hang on, and then, whoop, too far, oh god, oh god, oh god, okay, we're okay, we live. Hey, we made it to the bottom. Yeah, there's also these black dragons. Did you see these? Strange that there'd be black dragons in Outland. I wouldn't worry too much about that, because Lord knows the game is going to forget about those for 8 expansions, I want to say. Something like that. Ah! Yeah, so, God, I actually don't remember how this works, so forgive me. But for those of you interested in the historical context, back in the day, there was this game called Warcraft 2. And there was also an expansion to Warcraft 2, which kind of sucked, but it was called Beyond the Dark Portal. Try to be shocked, it involved going beyond the Dark Portal and into Draenor. A lot of the missions were in Draenor, at least as the Alliance. And then there was some other... It was a whole thing. Point being, Deathwing was here. Oh my god, Deathwing has come to to Draenor. Now, that will actually come up a couple of times. I will point it out as it is relevant. All you need to know right now is Deathwing did actually come, in canon, to Draenor before the devastation of Draenor, which led to Outland. And it is going to be relevant a little bit in BC, a little bit in Kata, and a whole lot more in Dragonflight. We'll just leave that for there.
My quarry nears.
So the Sons of Gruul are behind the Ogre's action. They command the Bloodmaw Ogres to destroy the Mok'Nathal to gain favor.
For the Horde.
Here is my plan. We will poison the Ogres and destroy their Gronn master. During my travels, I encountered a man named Baron Sablemane. Really? He sounds like such a great guy. Let's go talk to him, shall we? Let's get stuck in the terrain. Very important. When I say BC is reviewing, better, the same, or worse than I expected. Real talk, better. We'll come back to that. I am not actually joking. If you think those 100 whatever negatives are bad, I was expecting worse than this. Hey, it's Baron Sablemane. Wow, he does actually look different, doesn't he? Holy crap. Hello. I am Baron Sablemane. A friend of Rexar's is a friend of mine. So your friend would have me fashion a poison for him. I'll give him what he desires, but there will be a price. Even for friends, there must be a price. Free things destroy friendships. First, you must venture a short distance in the southwest. Go get some poisonous creature stuff there. It's true, Blade Deval. I was wrong all along. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Actually, now that I remember, I have it written down here. Hang on. The number of gameplay negatives this game got in vanilla, aka in the stuff that counts for everything, is 18. Okay, I wasn't expecting to be hamstrung immediately. No, we lost one. Ironically, the fact that the leash radius is so short in WoW kind of sucks when you're trying to grab like 50 things together into one bundle. It is a good thing overall. I'm not going to ding the game for it, but it's funny. When you really want to grab up a few hundred things together, you can't. They leash too quickly. Well, it's worth noting, and I know I'm not doing a good job of conveying this, as Blade 12 can attest to. There is still some solidly good stuff in Outlands, in BC. We're just not seeing it right now because we're in Blade's Edge. Anyways, that reminds me, Blade Deval, could I ask you a huge, weird favor? You can tell me no. You can say, Lore, buddy, I hate you. I hate your face. I hate your voice. I hate how you suck. I hate everything about you. Like, if we're done, could you do me a favor? And what I want for you to do is I want you to keep in mind your current view of this game as coffee. And that's fine. We're cool. Like, right? I understand that completely. I actually got to read your message while I was shoveling food down my throat. It makes perfect sense. Thumbs up. But there's a point in time in which I want you to turn around and kind of do a re-examination. Because it's really... the content we're going through right now, frankly, is not indicative of WoW. Not really. What you're seeing right now, this is classic. You know what I mean? It's a couple of steps different from classic, but for all intents and purposes, you are seeing me play classic on camera. Now, I was going to ask you to do it at a specific point. In fact, I was even going to have a debate with everyone to decide when that was. I was thinking Pandaria. But yeah, I was just curious, and not because I think you're going to love it or hate it or anything, because I would legitimately enjoy your honest opinion when we get to the point where the game finds itself a little bit more, at least with regards to retail. You have all the venom glands. Good, good. Very well. Here, take this to your master. I'm sure that whatever the reason, Rexar will put a good use. Oh, be certain to remind him he owes me. He knows what I want, and I'm certain, however he intends to obtain it, I'll be seeing you again sooner than you think. Bye, Baron Sablebane. By the way, I used to love his outfit. It's actually just a recolor of Tier 2 Warlock. But I actually went out of my way to get that outfit because I thought it looked really cool. Now I'm going to grab these quests while we're here, literally just to make sure I don't forget that they're here. We'll come back to those, though. That's enough of chain. Okay, so now we go back to Rexar. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier the idea of a rental mount here. So there's a stone. There's a stone. There's a store called Storm Peaks. It's right here, right? It's actually one of my favorite zones in a couple of respects in the entire game. And Storm Peaks has a rental mount, because Storm Peaks was designed from the ground up to be done with a flying mount. It absolutely was not designed for you to run around on ground. So they just say, here, if you don't have a flying mount, here you go, and they just give you one. For the most part, all of the... Oh, I can't wait for it, Yura. All of the zones we've been doing, flying has certainly helped, but it's not really necessary, right? Blade's Edge is the first zone I would see, which is like, this really should have flying, right? You really should have flying to properly enjoy this zone. In fact, during a couple of characters' leveling paths, I would deliberately wait until going north. Like, I would do Hellfire, Zangarmarsh, Terrakar, Nagrand, and then Shadowmoon, or maybe Netherstorm and Shadowmoon, or some kind of combination, to avoid Blade's Edge until I hit 70. And that way I could actually properly experience Blade's Edge and have a bit of an easier time of it, because holy crap. One moment, please. Sorry about that. Arranging dinner stuff. Alright.
Need something tracked?
Do you have poison?
On the prowl.
This is unsavory business, but we do what we want. It will do what we want. The ogres, simple as they are, would notice you dispersing the poison through their camp. Thus I will teach you how to enlist the help of one of nature's smallest creatures. There's a marmot. A den of marmots. Go use the marmot to disperse the poison.
Beards.
Oh, you've done more for us what? You've done us more than proud in the fight against the ogres. Can you go kill more ogres, please?
Dabu.
I am not joking. That's what the quest is. I'll go ahead and read it out loud in case you don't believe me. You've done us more than proud in the fight against the ogres, and while I have every confidence in what Rexar has planned, I would still ask you crush the ogres before returning. That way we'll be doubly certain of the outcome. To get there, head north out the ramp, and then at the base go left. Okay, so let's go kill some ogres. You like killing ogres, right? Because if you're paying attention, that's 3 goddamn kill ogre quests. That's actually like, it's more like 5, if we're counting the other ones. This is just Blade's Edge. That's just what it is. It's just our life. I don't even know what to say at this point. I really do not know what to say. Sure. Join us, Mr. Red, in glorious ogre killing. Ogres. Mr. Red, I'm sorry. It's all ogre. Don't worry. There's no dungeons in this place to split it up. Now, if you're paying attention, Nagrand got away with having no dungeons by having like a bunch of elite quests and elite zones, right? And I do actually like that. That's something Vanilla did a few times too. Is there would be areas that didn't have dungeons, but they would have like an elite conclusory part, right? Yeah, but the Alliance get the same quests, Riker's Beard. The exact same quests. I checked. During the lunch break, like an hour ago, I checked. There is the raid, but we're ignoring the raid. What I'm trying to say is that Nagrand had a whole bunch of things to make up for it, just like Vanilla did. But Blade's Edge is such a weird zone. If there was any zone in Outland, in BC, that feels incomplete to me, personally, it is this one. And you can feel free to disagree with me on this. This is just a vibe thing, right? I don't have any evidence. I have no data points or whatever. It just feels incomplete. Look at this zone. It's a giant freaking valley with 2 shelves on either side, which are irritating to get up and down. You go up to get a quest to go kill a bunch of ogres below, and then you go up to get a quest to kill a bunch of ogres to go below. It's weird. And, like, okay, let's actually look at the zone structure for just a second. I mean, the EverQuest raid was popular for a reason, Thor. I don't even mind that. I mean, FF14 does it all the time with their normal raids and their trial raids. But I digress. We don't need those. We do, however, need those. So, again, sorry, let's look at this. Let's look at this for just a second, okay? So, the initial section is right there. Lower valley, upper shelves, and that's it. There's actually an upper shelf that's up here. This is where we have a couple of other quest chains that are related to stuff below them. So, like, it starts middle down, and then it goes middle up. Over here we have Mok'Nathal. They have their own bundle of quests. Okay, cool. And all of this goes to the end of the canyon, which is Gruul's lair. But hang on. Have you noticed the problem? I wouldn't mind blame you if you did, because I know you can't see my mouse. But if you're paying attention, that's only like half the zone covered. Now, there is one other area up here. This is like our dungeon wannabe area. But that still leaves up there at the top and over there on the left. Now, of course, those are both reserved for daily zones. But you sort of see my point, right? The real estate usage of this zone is strange. And that's on top of everything else wrong with it. Oh, right, I have to do this with the Marmot. What? Requires Marmot Den. Oh, god damn it. I don't... Oh, it does, Esmira Star. You're right, it totally does. No dungeons for a while, honestly. Not until we get to the Nether Storm, and that's the second to last zone we're doing. I hit 70 in this very zone. In fact, I can show you the exact spot I hit 70 at, because it was a very common area for me to hit 70 at, because my leveling path was pretty normal until I started avoiding this zone. In fact, I gotta show you, it's right up here, right over there. I'll show you the spot if we get to it. Whoever's poisoning, thank you for poisoning things. Keep poisoning things! I think you're right, Uthor. And that's probably why they decided to go and give the rental mount over in Storm Peaks. Yeah, there's also very little narrative going on here. Like, all of these are kind of filler zones, and that's fine. We've talked about the concept of the filler zones. There's nothing wrong with that. But Blade's Edge feels very filler, right? Zangarmarsh had to do with the water and the displacement of the creatures, and there was some good world building and stuff, so that's cool. Terakar had to do with the chain that connects to the Blood Elves, did some stuff with the Illidari and what was going on there. We saw a whole lot was going on with Auchindoun and the history of the Draenei. Good stuff there. Nagrand has a whole bunch of stuff, a lot of world building stuff about the ogres and about the nature of how Draenor used to be, and about how people still fight over it to this very day. Stuff like that. Cool. It also had the big quest chain with Thrall. This zone has... While we're here, let's go kill all the Gronn, shall we? These used to be 5-man bosses, and they used to have mechanics, and they used to be hard, and we're just going to kill these. They're not even elites anymore. I suppose I'll read these quests out loud. To the east is Grulok, son of Gruul. I heard one of his possessions was stolen from him through trickery. Unfortunately, he was not slain in the process. To regain our freedom, I would have you take his most prized possession, a dragon skull from when he rejoiced in his father's slaying of the Black Dragonflight. The only way to get the skull is to vanquish him. Okay. We also got Slag is down there, but Magok, he's like right here. On the Razor Ridge above to the east is Magok. His father assigned him as warden of the eastern mountain range, and he revels in terrorizing any creatures that get in his way. As a son of Gruul, he must be done away with if my clan is to survive. That's where you come in. He carries a treasure chest with him at all times. Prove to me he is dead by bringing whatever's in the chest. You can keep whatever you find in it. So if you're paying attention, this is kind of the end of the Gronn. There's a concerted effort being put in by the orcs and the ogres to remove the Gronn from the board. And if you're paying attention to the timeline, by the time we're done with this quest chain and this zone in general, the Gronn will be functionally extinct. So the Magrond were already gone before this, and the Giants were dead long ago. So, and the Ogren are pretty much gone as well. So that just leaves the Gronn, and, well, we're going to wipe them out. And is that necessarily a good idea? Debatable. Is it necessarily a bad idea? Debatable. I don't like to be in favor of genocide, but honestly, the Gronn are not a net positive species. Oh, there he is. I don't need it, but thank you. Now that's a good question too, Spartan. I'm not sure if they're even capable of rising up again anymore, though, at this point. Like, Outland is kind of toast. And the Cenarian are here actively terraforming, too. Okay, let's do this. I mean, we do wipe out a lot of ogres, no joke. The ogres probably shouldn't be a full polity, and that's because they aren't. There are individual tribes of ogres that survive, but that's it. Like the Dire Mauls. I know that's not what they're called. They're called the Gordok. But still. Like, there's the Gordok, there's the Stonewall. There's the guys who are part of the Dark Horde. They're dead. We wiped them out. That might be it, honestly. That might be the full list of the major tribes that are left.
Blood
As of
and
now.
thunder.
You continue to impress me with your ogre killing capacity.
Strength.
Thanks, I think? I feel like that's an insult.
The hunt begins.
For many years, I have concentrated my efforts on perfecting the ways of communing with nature. But a small part of that is the untapped potential that beasts can bring to you. Yeah, by the way, he's a beast master. No, you can't play that. Shut up.
So be it.
I have a pet boar named Huffer. Why are you laughing? He wants to help you have some fun in one of the nearby Sons of Gruul. Gruulok, the guy we just killed, inhabits a place known as the Cursed Hollow. When you get there, let Huffer loose. The Gronn will have a fine time rushing around. You can retrieve the bag and deliver it to Baron Sablebane. Remember, Baron Sablebane said he'd be seeing us again very soon. Yeah, the sack is still there. We might be able to just do this. See if he's respawned yet. Nope. I'll take that. It's okay, guys. It's okay. I got the Gronn's ball sack. It must have been difficult to struggle. I'm greatly relieved he is no longer breathing down our necks here. I will send this skull down to Chort for safekeeping. I'm beginning to think with your help we might just pull this off. Oh yeah, sorry. There is actually one last ogre tribe, and I kind of deliberately left them out. The Ogrilla. I'll talk about them in a second. You say it was empty. Unfortunate, but you can see the mindless brutality we are up against. With the fall of Magok, we are one step closer to realizing my dream of a home for the ogres, where we can determine our own destiny. Simon says PTSD. Hang on. If they make Warcraft 4, would it be competing with StarCraft 2? Yes and no. StarCraft 2 is obviously still going and still going strong. But there's this thing about life cycles of games. Probably Pillars of Nova. I'm going to keep calling it Ogre, if that's okay with you. Probably because I've been calling it that for 17 years now. So a game comes out. Woo! And then it dies immediately. Or it keeps going. And it follows this kind of path of being like, woo, and it slowly slips out here. Now, the games that go down here, they're still going. Doom still has a thriving modding community. Neverwinter Nights still has a thriving modding community. StarCraft 1 still has tournaments, right? But you're not, if you were to make a new RTS right now to compete with StarCraft, you wouldn't be, because StarCraft isn't competing anymore. Does that make sense? StarCraft 2 has been out of the bank for so long that it's not really competing with anything anymore. Like, all the recent RTSs that have come out are competing with each other. Make sense? StarCraft 2 will always be there, I hope. And it will always have the strong mod scene it has, just like Doom does, right? Just like Daggerfall does, just like Oblivion does. But in the new gaming space, a StarCraft 3 or a Warcraft 4 would be competing with, like, Age of Empires 4 or the recent Age of Mythology remake, both Microsoft games, by the way. Or those two StarCraft lights that are coming out, or the new Total Annihilation game that's coming out, stuff like that. Back so soon. Have you come to deliver that which Rexar owes me? Very well, you have upheld your end of the bargain. With the price paid, I give him what he seeks. There is no cause of fury greater in this world than that of Gruul and his sons. They slaughtered my people, my children, and I will have revenge. I have fashioned a trap from dragonfire. Okay. So you're probably wondering what the hell's going on here. They don't go too far into it. True, Riker's Beard. So all these black dragons were killed by Gronn. Or by Gruul, the leader of the Gronn. And, I'll just tell you the story. A lot of this isn't in the game, so this doesn't really count for review purposes. But all the way back in Warcraft 2, Deathwing came here with several of his Black Dragonflight. Now, the Black Dragonflight are, by and large, evil. Just, that's important to keep in mind, because it's actually relevant. Like, I don't mean, like, you know, there's, as a species, I mean, there are influences, external influences, that make them be more inclined towards evil. They literally have void corruption built into them. Okay. So Deathwing, he founded a lair. It's right there. That's his lair. And then, after some stuff happened, and after the events of the devastation happened, and this place was converted into being Outland, a lot of that magic interacted weirdly with that curse we mentioned, and that created two different kind of sects of black dragons, one of which we're interacting with now, the other which we'll see later. Okay? I'm just mentioning that for the sake of completion. So, Gronn, the Gruul, oh my god, Gruul the Gronn really wanted that lair. That's his lair now. And Gronn are terrifying creatures. I know I've been underselling it because all of them have not been elites, which is really dumb, Blizzard. But Gronn are big boys. They are very, very powerful creatures. That black dragon head that's just kind of draped there, disconnected and ripped off, held up by chains. Yeah, the Gronn did this. And that's why all of these Gronn are just impaled upon the spires. And I keep saying Gronn. All these black dragons are impaled on the spires because the Gronn did this to them. Gruul did this to them. Why would anyone do that, Elizar? It's a nice little bit of establishment for the villain we're going to be fighting at the end of this, and the guy who's at the charge of all of this. Because if you're paying attention, this is a very, very crude version of the Garlemald Empire. I know that sounds weird, but bear with me for a second. There's one guy at the top. He's the only one who gets what he wants. That's Gruul. Then he has his sons. He gives them each domain over a specific area. We've already killed 3 of them. And 4, excuse me, because Dern was one of them. And each one of them was in charge of making another area, you know, theirs and subservient to Gruul himself. So they all then inflict their pain and torment upon the people around their area, which coincidentally almost is entirely ogre tribes. And the ogres follow a clear thing. So there's the ogres up there with the Blood Maul, and they push down on the Blade Spire, and the Blade Spire then push down on the Blood Maul, and the Blood Maul push down on the ogres into Zangarmarsh, which is why those ogres were down here. They were fleeing from the oppression of the Gruul Empire. And if we go even further south, that's also why the War Maul were over here. And remember, the War Maul themselves actually displaced oh god, I can't remember the tribe, but it was the one over the Burning Blade Ruins, the ones we actually ended up working alongside. So there's just this long chain of ogres being displaced and oppressed by someone above them, and it goes all the way back up to Gruul. We're going to call him Gruul Kotick, because I think it's appropriate.
By fang and claw.
Did you recover what was in the sack?
So
A
be
trap fashioned from the essence of Dragonfire. I wonder how Sablebane comes by such rarefied substances. That doesn't matter. What does matter is we're going to use it to slay a son of Gruul.
let the hunt.
The Gronn we seek is Gorgron, the Dragon Eater. With his trap, you'll make short work of the Gronn. It's okay, he's not even elite. You will find him accepting sacrifices from the ogres of Bouldermock. Follow the road north to the Circle of Blood, and then do this thing. Take the bear.
For the whole.
I like that tidbit. So we've been following along. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He wants me to kill more ogres. He wants me to kill more ogres. It's apparently not ogre till it's ogre. Anyways, so I mentioned there was one asterisk. It's actually up here. We're about to go there. There's another 5-man fight. There's a lot. All the Gronns were 5-man elites. We used to like do them as a bundle. Rexar's okay as a character, I guess. I don't really like or dislike him. In WoW in particular, I doubt he'll be a positive or a negative. He's just there. And then I'm like, but Valerian, I killed all the ogres. And he's like, exactly. And I just look confused. So I'm not stupid enough to fight these by myself. Or am I? I'm very stupid and probably about to die. You can have undead anything. Despite what Kata would actually feel like saying, you can undead anything. I mean, as long as it's alive, I should clarify. You can't undead a golem, right? Actually, yeah. Who dares defile the altar of Grom, the Dragon Eater? I'm evil, by the way. Oh, I get it. Okay. I will crush it and flay it and eat its meat and crack its bones one by one until I'm done. There we go. Are Dreadlords demon undeads? Let's not talk about the Nothrazim. Could you undead an earthen? From my own understanding of how the setting works, the answer to that would be yes. See, here's the deal. Titan Forged. Oh no. Memories. Memories. Oh god. Oh god. Memories. Bombing runs. Okay, we're good. Undeath works by taking life and then twisting it into a slightly different version of life. You're still alive. It's just you're, like, dead alive, right? The reason I bring that up is Titan Forged are alive. They do have anima. No, not that anima. The other anima. They also have vita. So even Titan Forged entities do have life in the strictest sense of the word. They also have souls. So they have all the pieces necessary for them to become undead, even if their bodies are unusual. I wish I could have been there. Let me tell you something. You never accept a duty that keeps you from the glory of battle. After all the ogre killing you've done, are there any even left in the mountains for me?
Go forth to victory. My quarry near. On the prowl.
There are no ogres left. So, we did it. Yay, we got a...
Let the hunt begin.
Shortly after my arrival, I came under attack by a group of Blade Spire. Though I fought 3 of them and slew them, they took my wyvern. Okay, so let's go save him. Done, let's do it. Let's save your spirit. Way the hell over there for some stupid reason. Let's see. The staff looks oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for an Outland cosmetic update. As you can see, we somehow magically look even worse. We have somehow managed to get even worse. If you're not understanding where our helmet is, it's the horns. Oh my god, BC. BC. Go home. You're drunk. You know what, here, I'll pop this mount so someone can hop on. I have the stupid mount hotkey for a reason. Oh my god. We're so terrible. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're a dragon, you know, they're cool. They're cool. Everything's cool. Yeah, I remember this quest sucking, but I don't remember why. Oh. No. Do you know why this quest used to suck? All of the ogres here can drop this key. What do you think the drop rate on this key was? By the way, these were elites back in the day. Blade's Edge, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the good news is they're not elites anymore. For once, I'm actually glad about that. I know that sounds strange, but I actually do wish most of the world elites were still elites. I mean, it's not like we don't have gradients of elites, for God's sakes, right?
I have many lucky doos. You like?
So, a couple of things real quick.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Oh, my God. I am a friend of the Grummles. They are cool. No key? Still. I mean, I know. Someone's going to complain one way or the other, right? 36. I'm just giving my opinion. I do prefer when there were elites in the Ogre. Especially when it made sense. Hey, and there's 2 keys. There's 2 freaking keys. God damn it, Wrecker's Beard. You did that. I want you to know. You did that. There we go. Okay, we're done. Just... Anyways. What were they originally called, Uthor? I probably don't even want to know. Oh, I have no idea, Lizard. I mean, it was about a 2% drop rate back in the day. Which, if you're paying attention, is about 1 in 50. The Sherpa. Oh, wow.
By fang and claw.
So, he's brought us the head from one of the Black Dragons. With this, we'll be able to infuriate Gawk.
For the Horde.
Now we'll bring Gawk from his lair and destroy him. With Gawk dead, the Blade's power will no longer threaten the Bach of Thrall.
So be it.
We've been doing all this to save your people from the frickin'... You know, you could have just taken us to them and be like, hey, let's just go, you know? Let's just... Okay, whatever. You want me to go to the very end here again, as usual? Thank God I have flying. How am I planning to showcase attunements? So attunements don't exist in the game anymore. Really. Any questions? Where's the stupid thing? Now, if this was a BC Classic... Oh my goodness. I don't remember where the stupid thing is. And the quest doesn't show it. Why would we make peace when we can go kill a bunch? Actually, like right over here. Is it up here? No. Here, maybe? I guess I just start using it. Okay. Nope. Of course, Altar of Gawk. We are very good at killing ogres. Yeah, Mr. Ed's very correct. You want me to showcase, is this it, maybe? If you want to showcase attunements, go watch the lore. Let's see, Rexar's abilities. He had the bear, he had the quill boar, he had some other pet thing. Is this it? This isn't it, is it? Nope. Hang on. He had Stampede. I didn't use that much. Aha! Well, yeah, this just makes perfect sense. That it would be over here. Hey, dude. Who dares place this affront upon the altar of Grok? Oh my god, he's actually elite. He's the only Gronn we've seen in the entire game so far that is actually an elite. That's not a joke. They've all been non-elite. Your name is as insignificant to me as the thousands who have died under the might of God. He's elite because Rexar's here. We might need the help, guys. We might not be able to handle this. This might be too much. This might be the end for our heroes. But yeah, let me, like, actually use my abilities, you know? There is such a thing as too easy. We've talked about that before. This is still it. At least I'm using my friggin' bill. I've actually been able to do my rotation, like, once. Can you believe it? I actually can hit ability. I might even... Hey, check out Shadow or Death when it's not completely wasted. Holy crap, I even got a talent usage out of that. There's another one. Boom! And yeah, this was yet another 5-man. Okay. Yeah, for the sake of sanity, I'm just going to pretend I never read that Uthor. Especially since the Grummels are actually really awesome. And an integral and cool part of the Pandaria lore. Like, I actually mentioned that during the Warcraft series. I know you haven't watched that. But the Grummels and their sabotage of the... I can't think of what they're called all of a sudden. The Mogu is probably one of the single biggest reasons why the Mogu fell apart. Just name one example of that. They're also literally the veins. They're the blood, the river that keeps Pandaria functioning, right? Trade, messengers, exploration, scouting, that's them.
On the
The
prowl.
battle was hard and you fought well. I'm honored to have stood by you. Have a crown.
On the prowl.
Okay, I can do that, I suppose. Kerrigan question. And no, they were not ranked 36. Kerrigan question. What type of player would play Kerrigan in HOTS? I never played Kerrigan in Heroes of the Storm, so I have no idea. Anybody know? Like, wasn't she an assassin type? Yeah, no, the Pelu Pelu were very Grummel. In a good way. Like, I mean that as a positive. It's a good
Mokra,
point, Mr. Red.
go forth to victory.
So we have 2 more
May your
quest
blade
hubs to go
never
through.
dull.
We've already done pretty much the only story this zone has, so if you'll forgive me, I'm going to stop reading this out loud. It's like, hey, go get some food for us. Hey, we use this stuff to make our things.
What can I do for
Hey,
you?
we do this in order to help, heal our sick. Okay. Hey, here's some raptor ribs.
Thrall.
Hey, the Arakoa suck. Go steal their stuff.
Nabu.
There you go, there's your quests. I don't know, Elizar? I mean, it's just Kerrigan. You don't have to say Heroes of the Storm. Oh, you mean Heart of the Swarm. Sorry. Same acronym. Same acronym. I mean, Kerrigan would be totally sweaty, right? She'd get right into League of Legends and be like, oh my god! You're 3% behind! What are you doing? Ugh, you're feeding! Stop feeding! God! That'd be Kerrigan. I know that's not WoW related, but I stand by my answer. I suppose I could read these out while I'm doing this. Sure. The silk from the cocoons of the silkwings are used for all manner of things in the village. We can never get enough, and we never have enough. It is difficult to harvest the cocoons from larvae once they are in the process of metamorphosis. Our warriors are occupied with the assault on our village. If you could gather these for us, it would be very helpful. Hunting silkswing larvae is a difficult challenge for our young warriors, but luckily, even if they fail to harvest the cocoon from the larva, we could still use the wings of the hatched silkwings. In fact, we use the wings for much more than cocoons, and we can never have too many. If you could help out here, it would be great help if you could bring me some. The Arakoa of Vecnir have been a thorn in our side for years. Some strange religion guides them, which has them in a frenzy of activity. They carry these crystals with them now, which they have turned to some dark purpose or another. I know something of their rituals. They take the crystals to the spell circles to infuse them. We at the village would like to know more. Waylay a few of them until you find a crystal charge. Then return it to me. We killed ogres, Spartan, and then we killed ogres, and then we killed ogres, and then we killed ogres. We killed 3-4 Gronn as well, but we also killed ogres. We are unironically up to about 95 ogre kills so far. It's a little ogre kill. Damn it, Mr. I was just getting to it. Well, it's a little ogre kill, but you know, we gotta be clear, right? Gotta make sure. Well, it shouldn't until 71, hypothetically, Wrecker Spirit. But that's actually why we're testing this. The whole reason I haven't frozen my exp yet or done anything else. It's kind of testing the limits of the system right now. How is our experience going? We're actually about halfway to 71. That's impressive for a BC zone. Well, I mean, yeah, no. The whole story arc here is we're bringing down Gruul. That's why I made the comparison to the Garlean Empire, because we fight the people at the bottom, and then we fight the people above them, and then we fight the people above them, and we keep doing this for a while until we get to the point where we're fighting the people at the top, and eventually we're going to go after Gruul himself, and he is the culmination of this particular story arc. It's just that's it. I just described the whole story arc to you in one sentence. It's not like you can't do something with a simple military campaign, but they didn't. I heard about that, Huthor. I never actually experienced that myself, but... Guys, did you think about that for 5 seconds? 5. Just 5. Think about how much work and time and effort goes into a quest line. And nobody at any of the hundreds of hours of doing that was like, you know... Guys, thoughts? Hear me out. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Just think. There's a chance that tomorrow, Shadowmoon Valley will be better than all this crap has been. I'm not even sure. I don't know at this point. I don't know anything. But after Nagrand and Terrakar, Hellfire, Zangarmarsh was fine. Yeah, after Blade's Edge we'll be done. I mean, we're going to do Gruul today, but after that we're done. There are no dungeons in Shadowmoon. Welcome home, Ross. Hope you at least have a good Thanksgiving. Because if you don't... Okay, these guys just not dropping their crystals. Am I just having this bad of luck here? Yeah, no, they drop their crystals, and then I take them... I'm right. Just getting what I need. Nope, I haven't gotten it yet. Good thing to double check there. Yep, there it is. Yeah, no, it just wasn't dropping. It's just a low drop rate. Yep, BC quest. Correct, Reign 36. And now I need serpent flesh, and I need more wings. Oh my god, why do I need more wings? Counting what we're in, Ross, there are 3 zones remaining. Sorry, I shouldn't actually sigh so heavily. I'm probably biasing you guys against this, so forgive me for that. I apologize. It's just, I'm already extremely ready to be done with this, you know? Yeah, no, it is this, guys. I'm right. Well, it's funny, because I'm 90% certain that BC is going to score lower than ARR. But speaking personally, I'd rather play BC than ARR. Now, I can explain that. Because you're probably like, well, hang on. But it scores worse, and you yourself stand by those scores as like a reflection of your overall mentality and perspective. So how could BC possibly do better? The answer is everything that BC doesn't get credit for. You don't see it on the screen, of course, but there are 147 pluses to gameplay that we have given to WoW. Just WoW in general. And that is why I would prefer BC over ARR. Still, there's an extremely high chance this is the last time I'm ever doing BC. I have a friend who's been playing through WoW kind of with me, and you know, I've been giving them a bit of a guided tour. We're probably... Oh, yep, there we go. Thank you. We're probably not even touching on BC. There's no reason to. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. You know what else BC has that ARR doesn't have? Woo! Correct, Ross. Even ignoring all the other stuff, just there's too many quality of life features, too many interface things, too many good class designs, too much improved leveling experience, good HUD, good add-on design. Like, I'm actually playing without add-ons just to kind of, for review purposes. But I could already have several nice add-ons to make this whole experience even better than it already is right now. Because this game has add-on support. Nope, none over here. Yep, it's just over here. Alright, whatever. And then, of course, there's the fact of what I'm doing right now. Remember, this is something a new player will get access to, Dragonflight. ARR versus vanilla? Let me think about that. Just to be very clear, when you say vanilla, what you mean is classic. And I'm only making that distinction because that does change a couple of things. You are not going to get a Huthor. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's not happening. I've been there before. Okay, got those. Turn in. Let me turn in these quests, then I'll keep thinking about it.
Strength and honor.
The Vecnir Arakoa have been benign for many years. But now something has stirred with them.
For the Horde.
Ooh, let's try this at once.
Victory.
Candace, hold still. I'm going to use this crystal on you. This is really stupid. Interesting. Let me try something. Candace, you're a chicken. Fascinating. You ever do that again, I'll break your neck.
Makra. Speak.
I've fashioned 4 wands that will enhance the power of the Arakoa crystals. Take these wands and use them on the Ogre slaves.
Farewell.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Red. Bzzz.
Nukta. Fight well, friend.
Do you have all the ingredients? Talking about it has made my mouth water.
Go with honor.
Oh, I can taste them already. Moknathal short ribs. And then crunchy serpent. Unfortunately, we don't have, like, descriptions of the food yet. That'll be a thing later. Sorry, everyone. Sorry.
Thrall, Hull.
You come to the Moknathal, but you do not understand us. You do not understand our struggle to survive. If you would understand us, you'll have to endure a taste of that struggle. Dude, this isn't classic. I can't struggle to survive. To the south are the Arakoa. They have enslaved the ogres. Go kill their leader.
With honor.
Okay. Let me go turn in these quests.
Speak, friend.
A swift and sure hand is needed for the harvesting. I hope you'll be successful.
May your blades.
Good quality cocoons, these. I can see you've gotten the hang of harvesting them. We have experimented with trying to raise our own silkwing larvae, but the small ones do not produce enough silk to be of use to us.
Go forth to victory.
The wings are quite delicate, but are inlaid as a decorative element in many of our designs.
Farewell.
Thank you. We will use these sooner than you might think. Okay. So. Let's see. Favorite expansion? I haven't reviewed them yet. I'll tell you when I'm done. Give me a couple months. I'll tell you exactly what my favorite expansion is. To the 100th of a decimal point. Or rather, to the 100th decimal point, not 100th of a decimal point. That would be stupid. So, where's my wands? There we go. First wand. Oh, right. Oh, I remember this stupid quest. I'm so sorry, Spartan. Please, forgive me. That is true, Ross. Honestly, Illidan's retcons were more severe and stark at the time. But being realistic, no, Sylvanas was retconned more. Well, again, a lot of things, like artifacts won't be reviewed the way you're probably thinking, because we're reviewing the artifacts with the way the game is now. Which, you know. Let's see. Would I rather play ARR or vanilla or classic? I mean, they're the same thing anyway, Mr. Red. Well, no, I'm really debating. As weird as that sounds, Mr. Rector's because I really don't like either of those games at all. So, like, that really is like, okay, which of these horrible, horrible things would you prefer? And I'm just like, And what's really funny is both of them are terrible in, like, completely different ways. To me, excuse me. I think I would probably pick ARR. There are a few reasons why. First of all, I could completely skip all the optional content in ARR and miss out on nothing. Second of all, I could also... Just get away from this crap. I could also be... I could skip cutscenes freely and effortlessly in ARR, so that's not really an issue. I could have permanent aggro on a guy who just needs to die. Come on. There we go. Go away. I don't know what that means, Charles. I'm sorry. I guess it's kind of it. Like, ARR is just really, really long and really, really boring to me, right? There's no meat on its bones. There's essentially no story that I enjoy, and there is no gameplay that I enjoy. So that just leaves a nice, long period of time of going through it. And that's it. That's ARR. It's like, all right, get through it so you can get to something you actually like. Classic? So, if I go through ARR, that sucks, right? But honestly, I could go through ARR and probably smash it out inside of a week. Maybe less. Classic? Especially if I'm alone, which I will be, because no one would play Classic with me. And I would have to play a class that can survive in solo, which limits my options drastically. So I'd be playing a worse class so I have more livability. And I'd be doing it by myself in a game that absolutely penalizes you if you accidentally extra pull one additional mob. Yeah, a bare minimum of a month, and I know what I'm doing in Classic.
Blood and thunder. Strength. Nabu.
Right, I forgot he even gave those quests. You won't enjoy the experience, Uthor.
So.
So you know how to slay an overgrown bird. Does not make you a true warrior. Does not give you an understanding of our ways, but it's a start.
Nabu.
So, since time forgotten, we have fought with the Blade Spire. We have managed to push them back so that they now only hold a tenuous grip at the Blade Spire outpost. It's back the way you came. Prove your worth. Kill their leader. Let's see what stuff you're made of when you're fighting ogres.
For the Horde.
This guy is only asking us to kill one ogre, but I like to think it counts for the ogre kill counter.
Zug zug.
Also, steal stuff from them. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, no, classic would be slower and more painful. And I would enjoy it a lot less. ARR is like a bread sandwich. Yeah, I'm not really going to look into, you know, eating a bread sandwich. That's not something I'm going to seek out, but that's it, right? It's inoffensive at the best of times. It's like, yeah, okay, bread sandwich. There, I just had some basic ass bread sandwich. Classic? Well, keeping with the food analogies, classic is like having coffee-flavored bread. And whatever's in the meat inside, it has that particular... It's that fennel meat, right? Like the Italian sausage stuff. No, thank you. I just realized I just lost half my viewers right now because I lost the viewers who like fennel, I lost the viewers who like coffee, I lost the viewers who like ARR, and I lost the viewers who like classic. Look, if you wanted me to lie, then that sucks because I'm not a good liar. For those of you not aware, I'm one of the fennel people. I've got the chemical thing where I cannot eat fennel. Like, more or less literally. I'm actually fine with cilantro, weirdly enough, but the fennel thing? Nah. Fennel is, and I want to stress that I'm not joking here, literally nausea-inducing. I mean, like, it will trigger my gag reflex. So, imagine eating something, from my perspective, imagine eating something that tastes bad, that literally makes you throw up. Like an Epicat sandwich. And that's what that would be to me.
Thrall.
Have you gone to the Bladespire outpost and got their totems?
For the Horde.
That's good assortment. We should have a respectable use for them.
Strength.
The spirits of the Nether Drakes are in need of liberation. The Nether Drakes were not always Nether Drakes. They used to be Black Drakes. But then the destruction of the world washed over them, and there was a side effect of those who were still in the eggs. Now they're all twisted, and we must help them. Okay?
For the Horde.
I'm cool with helping the Nether Drakes.
Strength and honor.
The death of Nosh Brugnot is a boon to us all. It's a good thing for you. Let's see if we can push the boundaries of your prowess a little more. My hunters have returned from a scouting mission. It seems the Nether Drakes, which infest the crystals there, have greatly increased in number. You want me to kill a Nether Drake while I have a quest to go help the Nether Drakes? Are you people talking to each other? Okay, so, hang on. What are the worst retcons we can think of in gaming? Because I couldn't think of any off the top of my head. I don't mean like biggest retcons. I mean just a retcon that actively is terrible. Oh yeah, I can do this too. That's right. Yeah, the Reapers. Demise. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the Jailer. Let's get that one out there. Oh geez, I can't move faster and I need to drop the totem or else they won't drop the things. Ugh, there we go. Yeah, everything about the Sister of Takuvma, obviously. Jahula. Assassin's Creed. There's a lot to choose from when it comes to retconning Assassin's Creed. Totem. Yeah, I don't know how it shares, though, Maverick. This is still a BC quest, after all. Okay, time to kill a bunch of nether drakes for what is effectively no reason. Yeah, that's actually... Let's flip that. What's a retcon you really like? I can think of plenty, but I'm curious of your guys' thoughts. In terms of bad ones, Wrecker's Beard? I could see that. It was so unnecessary, too. It tends to irritate me. Okay, Hem.
Blood and thunder.
The drakes of the Singing Ridge may pose a threat to us, but they are majestic creatures. Or at least they were. Hope you were able to save their spirits.
Victory.
You have done a good thing this day. The spirits of the drakes will truly sing again now that they've been freed. And the residual part of their spirit will leave behind powerful medicine.
Nabu.
The Razani ethereals have strange devices that emit small pink floating light orbs. They remind me of souls. Don't think into it too much. They're secretly souls. They're not to be confused with the large yellow balls that break free of the ethereals when they die. These are something else entirely. Go examine a few for me. Oh.
Farewell.
Okay. Sure.
Thrall, halt.
No? You slew Dreadwing? Perhaps I was wrong about you, priest. Still, you have slain the chiefs of 3 greatest threats we face. That is something to be proud of. You're still talking crap, even though I've killed 3 bosses of your... Okay, whatever.
Go forth to victory.
No wonder Rexar bailed on you. Best retcons. What would it be? Actually, be at the top. The best retcon. I mean, Warcraft actually has quite a few good retcons. I'm trying to avoid that, though. Like, that's low-hanging fruit, honestly. No, go ahead, Uthor. It's fine. Get it out of your system. It's not healthy to bottle that stuff in, you know. I was gonna say, everything about Warcraft 2 from Warcraft 1 is a retcon. And just about everything from Warcraft 2 to Warcraft 3 is a retcon. And then there's Warcraft 3 to WoW. I'm being a little exaggerative, but I mean, still. Oh, whoops. Right, I forgot I was supposed to drop this too. Oh, I hate this quest. Okay, so I need the light orbs in the air. Oh, I can barely even see these stupid things. There's some over here. Plunk. There we go, I got a couple more. The Klingon redesign? Not really. The Klingons themselves didn't really change. So all that really changed was the tech, you know. No, wiping away the EU is something a lot of people agreed with, Ross. Or not Ross, sorry. Uthor. You're both pink. What do you want from me? Now, whether they replaced it with something better or not, that's a bigger question. Oh, you dig. He's like, oh yeah? Yeah, Ben Smack. No, I've decided to skip Wrath because I want to spit on the players who love this game as much as possible. You can tell because I've already skipped Vanilla. Heyo! Alright, fine. I mean, I will agree that the best piece of Star Wars media I've ever seen came out in the Disney era. And I mean that. I hold Empire up on a pretty big pedestal, but I do think it has been knocked off of that.
Thrall, halt.
Have you collected all the Razani light orbs?
Dabu.
Something doesn't feel right. Hand me the totem. I must examine those orbs.
Victory.
Quickly, you must inform Leorix. These orbs are comprised of souls. Yeah, we knew that, you jackass.
Loktar.
What are you saying? Is it even possible? Of course I'm saying. What am I saying? Of course it's possible. Remember when I said we might need you for further assistance? It would seem that I can tell the future.
Dabu.
There can only be one response to this defilement of the souls of our ancestors. If you would aid us to restore the souls of the honored dead back to their rightful place, go back there, kill the Rizani until their leader shows up, and then kill him.
For the Horde.
For the Horde, says the Mocknathal. That's funny. Listen, all I'm saying is that Disco and Picard are total hot garbage. Oh, wow. Okay, excuse me, Wrecker's Beard. Wow. Oh, I got some internet stuck in there. Oh. You know, Mr. Red, that is indeed the problem. I'm just trying to keep your heart rate up, Wrecker's Beard. That's what I'm here for. So Mr. Red brings up, why are the Alliance here on Outland? Any of you check, can you come up with an answer to that question before I talk about it?
Mukra.
Here you go. I got your
For
souls
the
back.
Horde. Strength.
You're welcome. Alright,
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
to find the Sons of Lothar. Yeah. How much finding of the Sons of Lothar do we do in BC? Oh, that's right. We do so immediately. Quite literally, the second quest in Outland is go to Honor Hold. Oh, there they are.
May your feet find good trails.
Huh. So now what? Let me actually make my point here. The Horde have two strong reasons to be in Outland. One of them boils down to the Orcs. The other one boils down to the Blood Elves. Now, the Alliance actually have a reason to be here. It's called the Draenei, but they don't do anything with it. And that's actually my point overall. One of the biggest complaints I have and will continue to have about the misuse and abuse of the Alliance as a faction is that they're, in many cases, they're just kind of there. Almost all of the genuinely interesting story and the good character points and the good plot points and the motivation and the cultural stuff, the world building stuff, and the motivation stuff and the plot, the MSQ, is on the Horde. Right? Because, yeah, the Draenei absolutely should have a very strong reason to be here. And if you're paying attention, we saw a tiny snippet of that in Zangarmarsh. I'm going to spoil this for you. That's it. That's the Draenei story. We're done with it. Yeah, Legion finally actually took the Draenei. I did something with them. Probably helped because they did some cool stuff with Velen as well.
Greetings, Delnadris.
Yeah, like, hey, Illidan is an Outland. Oh my god. We need to go do something about that, right? No. Like, when we go to Shadowmoon Valley tomorrow, who do you think we're going to see there? Is it going to be the Alliance? Is it going to be the Horde? A little bit of both, but I'll tell you who we're actually going to see there. The Aldor and the Scryers. That's who we're really going to see in Shadowmoon Valley. And the overwhelming majority of those quests are going to be from those two factions. Neutral factions, in other words. The Alliance are there. Yeah, Maiev is there, and she won't be relevant till Legion. Anyways.
Peace be with you.
The Erakoa of Ruan-Weald elevate from their flock the harbingers of the Raven, the heralds of their god. They believe that harbingers watch over them from the sky, where they receive the teachings of the raven, and descend to pass this message along. The harbingers hold a powerful sway over the souls of the Arakoa, and they use these magical pendants, which we need. Attract one of the harbingers by slaying its flock and taking its claws.
Farewell.
Okay, sure. Why am I doing this? Guys, you didn't really give me much motivation there, but okay, whatever. Let's do it.
What brings you here?
When we arrived in Ruan Weald, the worm cultists were keeping to themselves to the Blackwing Coven, through the tunnel to the west, but now they're encroaching upon us. I need you to find their overseer. He's known to make regular patrol. Negotiate with him. Let him know there's room for compromise. But we will not condone or allow the wholesale slaughter of wildlife or the felling of the
We
trees.
shall meet again.
You are probably thinking of the Cenarian Expedition, who have been a regular feature of the expansion in 36, and are a neutral faction, with all kinds of people from all walks of life in them.
Is there trouble?
The number of atrocities committed by the Burning Legion is countless. Even as we speak, they send their forces against the creatures of this land. Helpless to defend against their power, they fall one by one. Please help stop these crimes of nature by destroying all that they corrupt. Okay. Is that a new Dryad model? That is a new Dryad model. Huh. When did they do that? Professional WoW player. Least favorite Outland Zone. Well, I haven't reviewed all of them yet, but I can give you a running total of the first couple. So let's see here. So, looks like overall at the moment it's actually Zangarmarsh, counting everything. And you're probably thinking, what? Why not Hellfire Peninsula? Well, Hellfire Peninsula got 9 story positives. It just also got 9 gameplay negatives. Almost every zone has gotten at least 1 story positive, even Zangarmarsh. But a lot of them have gotten plenty. Like I said, we haven't actually had a gameplay positive zone yet. Well, I'm curious when we will finally reach one. Northeast of here, on the plateau of Bungath, lies burnt ashes of my ancient home. The great wood flourished there before the Burning Legion sent their imps to burn us away. So many died that even centuries later my old heart hungers for revenge. There are too many of them to reclaim the land, but you can make them afraid. If you follow the road east and up the side of the mountain, then turn north, you'll come to my long-lost home. Once there was a wood there, its name forgotten. Long ago, the Burning Legion summoned scorched imps and other creatures of the flame. My home was destroyed and my people fled. Now only I remain. I saved some iron root seeds that can be planted in fertile volcanic soil. The magic is strong. Do this for me and I will share with you treasures of a forgotten age. 28 gold and 9 silver. Yeah, you remember that old god that's in Outland? No? Yeah, me neither. Was this the guy that roams? This is the guy that roams. I don't remember exactly which path he roams. I guess it has to be that one. Unless he's over here? Hello? Excuse me, sir. I would like to negotiate. Dormormo? Dormormo. Listen, I think the old gods are great. I just think it's great that we're also killing them. I also like the term old bullets. It just fits better, you know? Oh yeah, there you go. There's a good retcon. Old bullets. Where's this jackass? Oh, this is already taking too long. Moving on, moving on. Hey, look. We're killing something that isn't an ogre. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. But we're finally doing it. We're killing non-ogres. Sorry. That's a good question, Records, but I have no idea. They've changed their minds about the old bullets several times now. Xalatath was introduced in Legion first. Although, she might have actually come out in one of the books first. Like, way before any of that. Listen, it's okay. We can do this, Uthor. Together, we can accept that there are things to kill that are not, ogres. Hang on. There's some strange noises coming from inside the mask. Weird. We'll deal with that in a minute. That's a good question, Master. I don't know. I better put this fell mask on. Sorry, what? Live for the swarm! What? Sorry. That sounds like a great idea. Let me buy the game a third time, excuse me. Just so I could go play vanilla. There is nothing I would enjoy more in my life than having to pay for the right to play vanilla. I'm sorry. Once again, I'm gonna stick with that food analogy. It's coffee-flavored bread and Italian fennel sausage. Imagine paying for that. Me paying for that. Just... Look, I know some people are into self-harm. I am not one of those people. That's right, I'll buy a brand new computer just to play Classic. I'll get a CRT monitor so I can have a headache the entire time. I'll do nothing but hardcore mode because I hate myself. I don't know, I've seen a lot of hate for StarCraft 2 over the years, Records. Like, a lot. Oh, yeah, I'll actually hire someone. Fair enough, Mr. Red. I'll actually hire someone, and their job will be just to periodically disconnect my internet. Out of absolutely nowhere, and with no timing or rhyme or reason to it. Just... Oh, sorry, internet went out. Oh, man. I better call up, Yura. Hey, Yura! I just lost connection. Don't worry, I'll get back in as soon as I can. I don't know who Thrall is. Who is Thrall? Penetrate your stealth. That's true. Taco Bell would be cheaper. Oh no, I've spent at this point like literally years talking about Classic and understanding it. It makes perfect sense why people like it. You notice I crafted my food analogy very, very precisely. Like, you yourself already kind of made the point, but a sausage sandwich with coffee-flavored bread sounds fine, right? Okay, so no one's identified themselves, so I'm just going to decline that. Although I guess I should have checked this first. That was Spartan. God damn it, Spartan. Say something next time. Come on, man. Work with me here. Because that would quite literally be vomit-inducing for me. It would actually trigger my gag reflex. But I bet you money that there would be people who would actually enjoy it. And that's Classic, isn't it? Here's a bag of black licorice. Mass Effect? Ooh. Let me think about that for a minute. Will I kill these people mercilessly? Sorry. I actually don't need these. Why are we killing these? Oh, I do need these. What the hell drops these? God dang it. Yeah, I need the claws, but like, BC quests. Alright, whatever. Whatever. Okay, so, what would Mass Effects be in food? Let me think about that, because I don't like to give vague ideas. I like to really think about those analogies. Okay, hang on. Mass Effect 1 is really fancy French food. It looks interesting, and you're absolutely engaged just for the uniqueness of it. But after you've had it once, after I've had it once, I don't really want to eat it again. It's not very tasty, and it's not very filling, and it is far too expensive for what I want. It was good once for the enjoyment factor, and then, well, I'm good. For the experience of it, for the uniqueness of it, right? Mass Effect 3... Be around, Elizar. Get some good rest. Appreciate the thought, Mr. Red. No, I haven't gotten around to it, Valerian. So I'm really chewing on this because I want to get like just the perfect analogy here. Alright, so the summoning circle's over here. And that doesn't look like that's shared at all. Oh, never mind. Here it goes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Say, hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, 3 is 3. Andromeda's 4. The new one's 5. See, the problem is I've already come up with an analogy, but it only works if you add something in addition to the food itself, and I'm trying to avoid doing that. I'll tell you the analogy I've come up with. Mass Effect 3 is like you sit down for a nice burger, but you find out it's actually just a picture on the plate, and you're confused by that. But then they actually serve you the real burger. It's like, oh, thank goodness. And you get about 2 bites in it. It's a really good burger. Then they come by, punch you in the gut, rip the burger out of your hand, spit in your hair, and then they say, okay, here, I apologize, here. Have this crummy 30-cent McDonald's burger instead. They plop that down onto the plate. And that's Mass Effect 3. Oh, one last thing. At the end, they also rob you. I think that's about as good as it's getting without just... Because I can't identify that to a single food thing, right? Mass Effect 3 is such a roller coaster. It's still the worst outro we've ever scored.
I am honored. Go in peace.
With this pendant, I'll be able to attune you to the Arakoa in such a way you'll be able to comprehend their speech. Aha! So, the language of the Arakoa is indecipherable to us. Use the pendant, and you'll be able to take the souls of the Arakoa to understand their language. That sounds kind of evil. Are we sure we should be doing this quest?
The winds guide
They
you.
dismissed you and our proposal out of hand? This is outrageous. We go to them in good faith and they turn you away without even trying to compromise? We'll see about that. Go kill them! You got it. Pardon me, I couldn't help over your conversation. I'm studying the Blackwing Coven and helping the druids in their dealings with them. I'm very interested in acquiring a few dragon whelps. It'll help us gauge exactly what we're understanding here. But first we need to acquire some nets. Can you go get abundance of them? Yeah, sure. Why not? Why, the picture part? Okay. So you start off Mass Effect 3, and it's surface level, boring, dull crap. And it stays that way for a pretty long time. But then you get into the actual meat of the game, the part of the game that truly is excellent. And it's pretty much the entire first chapter, the Tuchanka arc. That's the burger itself. But then you leave the Tuchanka arc, and then they punch you in the stomach. And you're like, what the hell? And then they're like, I'm sorry. Let me give you something that's looks like the delicious burger you were just having, but isn't actually that good at all. That's the Rannoch arc. And then it's like, oh, okay. Then the ending hits, and that's when they actually, you know, rob you and be like, here, piss off. And that's Mass Effect 3 in a nutshell right there.
Hey,
What in the world? Oh, we'll come back to that.
seeing you.
So yes, that's Mass Effect 3. Let's move on to Andromeda, actually. So, Andromeda is the weirdest food one. No, Tuchanka was great. Oh, and there's also the Citadel. On the way home, the ice cream food truck comes by. Not like the ice cream truck, right? Not what you're thinking of. No, I mean like an actual food truck with really good ice cream that comes by. And you're like, wait, could you please? And they're like, I was going to close up shop for the day, but okay. And they get you like a really, really good dessert. And that's Citadel. Just out of nowhere, didn't expect it, on the way home. That's Citadel. Yeah.
What is nature's call?
I do not pride myself in knowing we have destroyed what Elune has created. Lady, we need to have a chat. Alright, so, sorry, Andromeda. Actually, no, I have not, Yura. I've never played it. What am I doing? I'm going this way. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Hey. There's so many that we could never kill them all, but you have given me hope. Perhaps I shall try harder in the next few centuries to revive my wood. Yeah, assuming Outland is even here in a few centuries, sure. Good on you, buddy. Well, yeah, of course, Riker. But, there's no nice way to say this, okay? I'm sorry. You're amazing, you're awesome, and you're incredible. But I've already reviewed Mass Effect 2 under the current system, no less. Which means I can say with definitiveness that when I say that Mass Effect 2 is the 8th best game I've ever reviewed, I'm not speaking hyperbolically or casually. Mass Effect 2 had problems, but man, that was a damn good game. I will say, especially having covered the Mass Effect 2 like 3 times now, a lot of it feels accidental, right? Like it feels like they stumbled into what made it such a good game. Apparently, there's a note from the cultists. Why is it always cultists? God, stop being culty. Ugh. So, Andromeda. Hang on, let me think about Andromeda for a second. I don't want to go for the French food thing again, but just hear me out for a second. Have you ever been to a really nice restaurant? Bear me out. I swear I'm going somewhere with this. I'm not talking about a restaurant with really good food. I mean a nice restaurant. The kind of restaurant you have to reserve months in advance. The kind of restaurant that has a dress code. Now, I've been to a couple of those in my life, and there's one consistent feature they all have. Their chefs spend way too much time trying to make the food look good without making it taste good. And that is Andromeda. On the plate, it looks really good. And it's like, oh my god, it's just... it's fantastic. It's amazing. I can't wait to dig in. And then you do, and it lacks flavor. There is no flavor there. And I was going to say, Ross, yep, you know exactly the episode I was going to think of, because that's what reminded me of this concept. Rich people food is honestly pretty crap if you've ever had it. Like, there's a layer right below rich people food, which is great. That's still expensive. Those are still nice restaurants. But they just have really, really, really good food, right? But then right above that layer, that's rich people food. And that's crap. Yeah, like kitchen food for food commercials, exactly. It's just... oh yeah, it's also really small portions. So there's not enough to satisfy you, even regardless of the fact that it doesn't taste good. And yeah, as the waiter's leaving, he says, my face is tired, for some strange reason. You're not sure what he's talking about, but it's a thing.
Hello.
How's the procurement of nets going?
Farewell.
Oh, those look splendid. The cultsmanship certainly have an eye for craftsmanship. Too bad for them it's misdirected. And now we have the nets. Would you be willing to help a little old thing, me, with a thing or two?
Safe travels.
I need to examine the whelps they're raising. There should be an abundance of them flying around the cavernous space, as well as a number of eggs. Please, take the net and catch a handful for me. Sure, I'll go catch whelps for you, random stranger.
Traveler.
Thank you. While we'll see to it the wildlife will replenish itself in quick order, regrowing the trees is a much more time-intensive process.
May the eternal sun shine.
This is interesting but disturbing. I wonder if Samia knows who this Kulth's Darkscale is.
Ancestors watch over you.
Not certain what we should do. I'm not much of a military planner. Watcher Moonshade will know what to do. He's heading up our defensive efforts. We have a force out there just in case the cultists try anything funny.
Go.
If you're wondering why the cultists might try anything funny, remember that they're called cultists. I mean, cultists always try funny things. That's what they do. So that just leaves Mass Effect 2.
What brings you here?
How can I help you? You bring news from the Evergrowth?
Go in peace.
As I thought. And that's not good. I've got an idea for how to help you, but first, maybe you could help us out. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Farewell.
With the Black Wing cultists massing in the tunnels, they were hard-pressed to deal with the situation. Quite frankly, they have the numbers. And while we've been able to take care of any of the people that get too close, the fact remains that if they attack in earnest, we're going to be overrun. The situation calls for someone to get through to the other end of the tunnel and take out their leader. Up for some fun?
Del Madres.
So, for years I've heard people talk bad about Mass Effect 2's main plot. The older I get, the more I wonder why. I know that sounds really strange, but it is something that's just sort of bugged me in the back of my head. And with age and experience, and having covered Mass Effect 2 entirely too many times, I can actually tell you why I actually like Mass Effect 2's plot. But I'd rather hear about why you don't like it. Shouldn't she be, like, right here? No, she roams, doesn't she? Ah, yep, there she is. I see her. Yeah, it was back when the Elusive Man was actually a character. Drop down so I don't cause any more Gronn shenanigans. The point about using that specific image, though, that's not fancy sushi. That's good sushi. Good sushi is good. You can replace it with whatever food type you prefer. Steak, pizza, I don't know, whatever. Take your pick. Yeah, I myself have used the Empire Strikes Back comparison for years. But that's sort of my point, isn't it? If I can continue my parallel for just a second. God, doing this quest without flying. Mass Effect... hang on. Mass Effect 2's plot can be summarized in just a single sentence, although you could say that about a lot of things. Mass Effect 2's plot is very, very down-to-earth. Very low stakes, and doesn't really have that much of an impact on anything. It's just that I consider that to be a good thing. It's the bridge. And plus, you know me, I tend to like down-to-earth stories. There's a strange magical orb that dropped from beneath the contours of the Irakoa. Suffused with an eerie purple glow, the orb pulses to an unheard beat. Holding it makes you mildly uncomfortable, so you quickly put it back in your pack. Maybe the tree warden would know more about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I have one truly big complaint about Mass Effect 2, I mean, I have several complaints about Mass Effect 2. Of course I do. There's no such thing as a perfect game. But the big complaint is the fact that they got rid of the RPG mechanics. It's barely an RPG anymore. And it's like, we could have had it both ways, you know what I mean? You could have improved the gameplay and improved the gunplay and the enemy design, the boss design, you know, all the things that improved the gameplay axis, and actually given us honest-to-goodness RPG mechanics. Like, you didn't need to rip those out, right? Yeah, admittedly, I tend to get flack for liking Jacob, but I have to admit, at least part of why I like Jacob is because I rather like his mission. His character mission. Okay, I can work with this. Well, Thane is also cool. Yes. Even Thane was having none of Eiling's bullcrap. All the whelps in here? Yeah, there. Let's see if this shares. I doubt it. That was a really short range, too. And it's out of line of sight. Cool. Let's try this one. Would that share? Nope. Cool. I love quests that don't share because I love BC. I also, I know you're going to make fun of me for this, I also do think Mass Effect 2 is a little bit too long. For what it is. Like, I like Mass Effect 2 a lot, but it really does overstay its welcome a bit. And yeah, a lot of that is due to some really dumb mechanics, like planet scanning. Because you really do want to do planet scanning, and it really does suck. I'm apparently blind. How do I get up? Oh, whatever, I'll just get this one again. I mean, Mass Effect 3 feels much, 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 much longer. Well, because it is. I was so ready to be done with Mass Effect 3, like, by the halfway point. People were yelling at me for that. People were actively yelling at me and telling me my Mass Effect 3 was invalid because I was getting so sick of the game. Probably one of the most negative responses I've gotten in a modern review. You know, a post-Oblivion line review. Yeah, no, Mass Effect 3 is actually a chonker. And a lot of that is padding. A huge amount of that is padding. Yes, Mr. Red, that is correct. I don't know if you knew that, you could pull that card. Like, it's kind of like a, you know, get out of jail free kind of a card. I actually agree with that, Yura. Although that gets into definitions of RPGs and blah, blah, blah. But whatever. Point remains. God, it was only 7 hours longer. It felt so much more than 7 hours longer. That's an interesting question, Wrecker's Beard. Probably not, but like by definition. But I don't think I would be really more positively inclined towards 3. In fact, if anything, and you can make fun of me for this, the first time I ever really was able to appreciate 3 for the stuff it really did well was during the most recent review, last year. Yes, I think that was last year. It was pretty recent. It was post-Oblivion line. Yeah, Mass Effect 1's a weird one, because it has what would traditionally be padding, but its padding is weirdly short. It's like, alright. Go, you know, go do this randomly generated planet with this randomly generated wrong. Go do this nothing burger planet with a nothing burger outpost and kill nothing burger enemies, and then get a quest complete thing and then leave. That is pure padding, and yet each of those takes like 5 minutes. I still need 2 of these damn things. 2 years ago. Sorry, it was actually 2 years ago I covered Mass Effect. God, time flies. Yeah, I gotta pretend I'm Leroy here for a second. Now, you want to make fun of me. You know what my favorite part of Mass Effect 1 is? Can anyone guess before I tell you? Croatia! But actually, no. Although that meme endures. I'm done, guys. We can leave. Thank God. The romance! I mean, Caden, man, those... Wait, he didn't have a butt. Never mind. It's over. We're through, Caden. I do like goofy dialogue. The Elos run. Good guess. Still no, though. The Mako. The Mako is enjoyable. It's probably my second favorite thing about Mass Effect 1. No, it's actually really something really dumb. It's the initial Citadel section. It's almost entirely optional content, but the moment you hit the Citadel, there's a period where you can just do the Citadel, right? It's a bunch of side quests and a couple of main quests, and you do this whole lead-up thing. And then you leave and you go to the planets. But that Citadel section at the beginning of the game is probably my favorite part of Mass Effect 1.
I'm listening.
With Draka out of the picture, we should be able to take advantage of the situation. There'll be infighting over who should be in charge, and that'll relieve some of the pressure. Unless the Overseer mentioned in the note comes to take her place. Let's see that if you can do something to make sure that never happens. I know what was to be done. You must depose as Overseer and attend the meeting. The worm cultists at the Coven all have a standard outfit they wear, so go collect scraps from them. When you have enough, put together a disguise. Could you give me this quest before I killed like 30 of these guys? Pose as Overseer Nuar and speak with Kulfus Darkscale to see what he has to say, and then return to the Tree Warden.
May the stars guide you.
Thanks. There's only a few Reign 36. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? Most companies don't admit they did something wrong.
Ishnuala.
This is truly disturbing. The Iroquois were peaceful for a long time. This cult of the Raven was nothing more than a gathering of misfits and madmen, but their power has grown. We cannot discount that. Perhaps there's more to this than we know.
Del Nadris.
Wouldn't worry about it.
Need help?
Run into much trouble with the whelps? I hate you.
See you around.
Oh, these are more than I'd hoped for. You're certainly be lauded for your heroics. This looks like a fine brood of black whelps to make a start with. Examining them, that is. Please take this as a bait.
Have a good
I
one.
insist.
Please,
And
friend,
we'll see all those black whelps again in about 8 expansions.
walk with the
Feel
earth.
that something unnatural and evil is nearby.
May the eternal
Yes, it's the orb you have.
shine
That appears to be
upon you.
Iroquois. Were you recently at Grishnoth? Oh, that explains that. But I wonder what diabolical purpose this object serves. Although it radiates evil, it is also feels like it was connected to the natural world.
We shall meet again.
Oh no! Oh no! Yes, Mr. Red. For real.
I've been expecting you.
This is troubling. The Iroquois are causing the ancients and protectors to become possessed by evil spirits. But there's one ancient that could possibly be affected. Not could have been affected, excuse me. His name is Treebowl. Okay, let's go talk to him then.
Ancestors watch over you.
Yeah, they've grown up a little bit in the... God, I'd have to think about that. Like 20 years? No, that's wrong. 17 years? I can't remember. I figured out how old Dagran is at one point, and that's pretty much how much time has passed right there. Hi, Talmurid. Oh, I'm sorry, Ross. Please don't kill me, please. Don't kill me, Ross. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! The Voyager's amazing. Greetings, tiny blood elf. The birds in my bows whisper to me that you were expected. You were here to help free the trees of their possession. The Grishna have caused the leafbeards and stonebarks to be inhabited by evil koi spirits. We must save the trees soon or all is lost. Combine the magic of the orb and throw out the Grishna with a dire pin feather from a raven. Use the resultant exorcism feather to draw out and slay the koi spirit as quickly as possible. The stonebarks are too powerful for this ritual, but if enough leafbeards are saved, they will be freed as well. We did it! We freed them! Forever. Oh god, the crashing. It was... If I tell you that Horizon Zero Dawn was irritating, I am not conveying it properly. I want you to imagine for a moment that as you're playing a game, periodically and with no warning, and with absolutely no indicator, no like reliability, the game will just crash. Sometimes after 15 minutes, sometimes after an hour. One time we had 3 hours with no crash. I thought we'd fixed it. Nope. Crash. It really sucked. And no words I tell you right now will properly convey how that felt to play that. And yeah, so I pulled up the PS4 version and just started over again. Ranked the difficulty down to minimum, and then just bulldozed it. I hope you enjoy it, Dream Whisperer. I also had to replay Quest 64. That one really pissed me off, although for a really dumb reason. You see, I had been playing Quest 64 without cheats, and I was prepared to be all proud of the fact that I was beating Quest 64 for the second time without cheats. Then the game crashed and I lost my save.
Many farewells.
I was not happy about that. I'm done with birds. Yes, we're gonna hit Gruul's Lair tonight. No, Yura. We were playing Quest 64 on actual hardware. And ne'er again shall I make such a mistake. That actually was officially the last time we did that, too. I've been using extremely illegal copies of the games ever since because of that screw-up. Because that was just so damaging and so aggravating to deal with. It's not the first time we've had that kind of issue, but it was the last. What? That's true. I am playing WoW on original GameCube, but that's a little different, you know. That's just for fun factor. What am I in combat with? Yeah, this zone really sucks. What am I in combat with? Somewhere in the world. No, I was thinking about playing on my floppy disk copy, but I lost it during the last move, so... There's a cliff tracer somewhere. I mean, it's not like anybody else will, Ross. Heyo! Well, this is my life now. Come on, guys. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Yeah! I've already started to grow. Oh, well. Hell out of here and start saving these stupid trees. The last time I saw a floppy disk on a computer was back at work. It was actually pretty common to have those kind of old artifact stuff when it comes to servers. There's more of a use and purpose behind it there. Same thing with like CD drives. Don't kill the tree, Mr. Red. Don't kill the tree. Okay, we're good. Really, Uthor? That makes me... I find more vindictive joy in that than I really should. I probably should not be that unkind. Yes, I saw they're adding new subclasses. I don't know which ones yet, but I am greatly amused that they're still patching that frickin' game. The evil is lifting from the Ravenswood. Can you feel it? You've saved us, and all of us, the surrounding wildlife, from certain destruction. I keep stashed 4 magic rings in my bowels for such occasions when a hero comes to do great deed. You are one such hero. Oh, thank you. I'll take that ring.
The future of Azeroth.
And there it is. There's 71.
Protected, hero.
Okay. Time walking campaign ends in 50 seconds. Alright, here it is. This is it. Let's see. Let's go do this really quick. Now, this is pretty much exactly what I was expecting to happen. We're still time walking as of this very second. And you know what that means. What, Maverick? What? I will rejoin you in the past. I mean, I won't. I'm going to lock my X. At this point, actually, no, I am not. There's not really a lot of reason to. Here it comes. This is it. This is it.
Take care of yourself out there.
Long. All right. Okay. Hey, look, org. Sadness theme. You like to use that song, Mr. Red. Not that that's a complaint. It works really well the way you use it. Now, just to showcase this, if we go talk to Chromie, she says,
To see you.
nope. And we actually cannot Chromie time. Now, that is fascinating, actually. That is more or less exactly what I thought was going to happen. Now I'm curious of something, though. Obviously, I won't be able to see them. But let's do one last test here. BC. Sorry, the Burning Crusade, Casual Audio. If you really want, Mr. Red, I know you don't care, but I have an entire playlist called Sorrow. So I've got a couple of other options if you want to stretch out sometime. I actually have a lot of playlists for thematic music. So, while we're here, I actually do have a city playlist. I call it town, but same thing, right? So, what do we got? Archon and Voidweaver. Ooh. Archon relies on Halo. Voidweaver. Void Torrent opens an entropic rift that follows enemies for 8 seconds. Enemies caught in its path suffer damage while within its reach. Yeah, I already answered you, Ezra. Yes, yes. Entropic Rift gets better, blah, blah. What's that? Void Blast. Mind Blast becomes Void... Oh, Rift turns Mind Blast into Void Blast. Okay. Do I have a politics playlist? No. Honestly, there's not a lot of politics music, unfortunately. Something I myself have run into. I've got Mission, I've got Castle, but neither of those are really politics, are they? I've also got Military, but it's the same thing again. Like, for example, just pull this up really quick here. So, you know, you have something like, that is louder than it was supposed to be. Sorry. There you go. Perfect. Perfect demonstration. So, of course, the others aren't here. Why would there be? But here's the real interesting part. All these mobs are now level 30. So, that's an interesting question. And that's also a good question. Let's try that. What's the wrong button? Still the wrong button. There we go. Let's see what happens. Oh, hey! Hi, Maverick. Wild. And now they're level 70 mobs. Fascinating. Yes, Archeonville. What kind of cookie would you like? Oh. Yep, yeah, we're gaming. We're gaming. We're gaming. Okay, real talk, Uthor. I did not think that was going to work, because you know how buggy level sync is. No, I feel you, Lord Harriman. Hang on. I don't actually have the outfit yet. I don't think these are even giving experience. Are these giving experience? No, they are. They're giving me 18 experience. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I need the scraps. I have gotten 0 scraps. Like, literal 0. Sorry, hang on. Void. Let's do it. I have become one with the void. So this is hero talents. For those of you new to this game, I'm not even going to talk about hero talents yet, okay? I already feel bad about having front-loaded too much information early on because I kind of got into lore run mode. And that's my fault, and I apologize for that. So all you need to know is there's hero talents. We'll come back to that later. In about 2 months, we'll talk about hero talents. Okay, just making sure I have the right setup, which I do. I still have 0. Oh, no, I have 1 scrap now. Jesus. Oh, these quests suck so badly. Oh my god, this zone is the best zone in the game. I'm so glad to be questing in this zone. I will say one thing about hero talents, and this is something I've seen proven many, many times. So, the moment you hit level 71 and gain your first hero talent, your DPS goes up substantially. The hero talents are the initial hero talent, the initial thing that makes it. So at the very top of each hero talent tree, there's something that fundamentally changes how you play the class, right? And each one of those is such a power boost. Like that nonsense right there. I did this. This is true on every class and every spec I've seen, and I've seen several at this point. And I've done actual parsing tests. Oh, that's funny music to fire up. Do you like throwing black holes at people? I like throwing black holes at people. What are you talking about, Reckersbeard? Yeah, this is War Within stuff. Hero talents are all War Within content, so that's most recent expansion. So I can just throw black holes at people. And while I'm here, I can do things like this. In case you missed that there, just beams of death into their brain directly. I'm not even sure if these can drop these stupid things. Effectively, yeah, Cashel. Although, let's be honest, we've been at Thrall and Janus tier since, like, Pandaria. I'll give you a couple of other examples. So, well, excuse me, for Demon Hunter, one of your hero talents makes it so that your fling can get empowered. Essentially, you build up stacks of a buff. And once you've actually built up enough stacks of that buff, your fling becomes, I think it's like 5 times stronger. It's a huge damage output. It's actually one of my most damaging abilities at level. God, that sounds so cool! It looks cool, too. Oh, viscerality. My old friend. I'd missed you. I'd missed you so much. Oh, my God. Hem. Hi. Anyways, so yeah, that's one of the things. The other thing is when you go into Metamorphosis form, the abilities you use in Metamorphosis form are much, much stronger. Now, that only lasts while you're in Metamorphosis, but what that means is all of a sudden your burst on the other hero spec goes through the goddamn roof. So, like, you pop demon form, and whatever you're looking at dies. Just dies. Like, I've been able to hold, like, top 3 range on DPS meters with that spec, just by careful usage of abilities and timing everything properly. When I actually got geared and enchanted and got my gems in, it's usually just me and Pax battling it out for the number 1 slot. Come on, respawns. Come on, give me the respawns. Give me respawns for this stupid quest. Stupid quest and this zone and everything and everyone. I want to create a monument to non-questing. Yeah, you mentioned that, Mr. Ed. I actually caught that. Which is just insane, by the way. I still only have one of these goddamn scraps. I believe this. I have one of these goddamned scraps. This is insane. Oh. Okay, so. I apparently cannot gain progress while I'm doing quest syncing. So, we're going to scooch over to the WoW as an overall negative category and type down quest syncing. And I'll type up those negatives later. I mean, I agree with you, Asmira, but the stated intent behind quest syncing is so that I can group with them to help them quest. The problem is we want the exact opposite of that. Like, the whole goal here is for me to do the quest. But there's no way to do that. If you type !next, you'll see what's next after a while. Cold fusion, based, no-bake cookie. Can't do it, but what I can give you is what I like to call the kitchen sink cookie. It's really good. That aggravates me. I don't think that's double negative. I think that's triple negative. That's awful. Hey, you can quest with your friends, but only if you don't do anything and are just there to help them. I could do that without quest syncing. Well, okay, I can't layer properly, but, like, what's the point? Other than to avoid layering, what's the freaking point? That is awful. That is a huge negative. Plus that, I'm almost done with these stupid scraps now. And done. There we go. Now I'm going to follow Mr. Red's advice. Go into the cave. Yeah, exactly. If it's just a phase button, give us a button to phase to whatever our friends are phased to. Like, that would be nice. But no. Whatever. I am one of the evil worm cult. I am here to kill evil, innocent people. Hang on, let's get some villainous music here. In honor of what Ross just noticed, I am here to do evil things. Yes. Look at how evil I am. Yes. Behold my evil. Hello. I am fine, thank you. You asked for me. Right, the meeting. Let's get down to it. The fact is, the lumber and livestock being gathered from the Ruan Weald, which you're responsible for, has slowed to a trickle. We need those resources, but you've allowed the druids of the Cenarian expedition to get in the way. Oh, it's not my fault, I can assure you. I don't want excuses. I demand results. You think what we're doing here is a joke? If we don't do this right, then not only will some so-called do-gooder come a-calling, but we'll be found unworthy of elevation within the ranks of the Blackwing. Is that what you want? No, of course not. You try to sound a little convincing. Look, I was going to tell you this, but I might as well because it's going to involve you two. Maxnar is planning an all-out attack on the druids, and he intends to wipe them out. It's bad enough we've been fighting with the Boulder Mock Ogres. We can't afford another front to deal with. I've arranged for a temporary truce with the Arakoa. Impressive. When do we attack? Putting the final preparations right now. Go organize your forces. You think you're done quickly? Absolutely. That's the spirit. I'm glad we had this little meeting. I feel better about the attack now with leaders like you on the front. How can we lose? I'm evil, see. I liked Cookie Clicker until it literally became too gross for me to play. That sounds like a joke. It is not one. Now we're being even more evil. Yes. Very evil. Dude, I'm not even joking. The Cthulhu grandmas were too much. I couldn't deal with it. They were too gross. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go eat puppies.
Go in.
Attack us, wipe us out? I think not. This black... Oh, wait, hang on. We're back in the good town. Hang on. We're back in town. The Blackwing Coven has a great deal to learn if they think the Cenarian expedition is so easily dealt with. What is it they say? Turnabout is fair play.
Ancestors.
They have left us no... choice. It's time to put an end to the threat from the Blackwing Coven by taking out their leader. I know you've cut him like 3 times now, but go do it again. Do I have to? Okay, hang on. Back out into the cave. Hang on. It's okay. I've got a cave playlist, too. I mean, this place basically is the freaking Churning Mists. Really. Like, if you think about it. Hello, I'm here to kill you. What? Ah! Wait, he's over that way? No, he's over here. Don't lie to me, game. He's right there. I know where he is. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, what's up? Do you like black holes? I like black holes. Alright, moving on. It's okay. I eat lightning for breakfast. Literally, I suppose. And also, there's no music that plays in caves, which is a flaw going all the way back to vanilla, which I have given a -4. He saw the black hole coming, goes like, nah, I'm good. I deal with that. Blech. I used to like idle games back when they were actually good, and then they became like every other mobile game. A truly good idle game actually has a lot of design to it in how different things interact with each other and how much it escalates, you know? Like, there needs to be, like, this tipping point element of it. But most idle games are just gotcha crap. So that's whatever. Anyways, did it!
We shall.
Now we can breathe more easily, knowing the leader of our enemy has been dealt with. Not only that, you've saved the entire mountain range from their depredations. Whatever their ultimate goals, you foiled them. We'll never find out about that to speak of, so just so you know, that was all a load of nonsense. And now the item level stuff is grabbed.
Can I help you? You have a great day now.
Don't be bothering me. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Can't you see I'm trying to unlock mysterious powers?
Off and away.
Oh, what's this you have? Let me just take a closer look. Yes. Yes! It's just what I thought it was. Here, let me fix that mask for you.
Right.
Okay, it should work now. Oh, it's a communication device. It allows those blockheads to communicate with each other. You know, the Burning Legion. I would suggest you hand this over to the Wild Lord over there. He's always moving. Well, get moving. He's been trying to get his hands on one of these for a while now.
Daylight's burning.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. You, hey, person. I cannot believe my eyes. That mask you hold in your hands is a Felsworn gas mask. The appearance is not damaged. The trouble we can cause. Are you interested in helping us out? I have a very special mission for you. I need to infiltrate Camp Anger. When you enter the camp, wear the mask and locate the communicator. Okay, sure. I can do that. I'm cool. We're cool. And here, right here in this camp, was the first time I ever hit 70. What was really funny is I'd been storing up money. So, like, we were, like, doing this quest, me and Pax, and then I was like, ding! And I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, Pax, wait. And he's like, what? And I'm like, wait! And I hearthed, and I immediately bought flying, and then I came back, and then I was really, really disappointed with it. Because, you know, slow flying. What's the meaning of this? No one summons me. Speak or I will silence you forever. For every moment I hear silence, you draw closer to the speak. What? I camp revolted. This cannot possibly be true. My minions would not dare undermine my authority. Well, then every last one must pay. Silence them and be done with it. Okay, I'll go kill your minions for you, sir. Ma'am, sir. Actually, yeah, Dragonflight is what I've always wanted Flight to be. Took a minute to get there, but we got there. Easiest fix. 2 options. Proceed or stay in the past. Yeah. There's actually a secondary fix, which would be attached to that. Make it so that you can chromie time regardless of your level. For those of you not aware, I can't chromie time now. It is not possible. I mean, yeah, I can do the quest sync, but I can't actually do the quests. So I can't chromie time. That sucks. And I don't have a nicer way to phrase that. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Behold my glory. Ladies and gentlemen. This is peak Burning Crusade right here. Somehow it keeps getting worse. I don't know how. But we keep managing to be even worse. I will surely teach those to not do this by saying, what did my Doom Square? I have you reported this revolt and not she. Doomcry did nothing to stop it. How dare she? She's been trying to undermine my authority for some time. However, this time will be her last. You must summon her and deal with her personally. Go kill her guards, retrieve the 5 keys, and use the obelisks. Okay, sounds like a really awful quest, but sure. I have, in fact, beaten Far Cry 6, Charles. I wasn't very impressed with it, but it was fun to play with a friend. I don't mind them disabling X for the last 2 levels. I'm going to be honest, I don't think they should do that personally. But if they did that, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So they need to do 2 changes, and Chromie Time will be in a really good place, I think. Change number 1, let you Chromie Time regardless of your level. Change number 2, make it a menu. Make it, it's probably on this screen, actually. Make it a tab on a menu that you just do, rather than going all the way back to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, and then coming all the way back. Is that 5? Okay. Ignore that stuff to my left. Go there in a couple of days. Actually, hopefully tomorrow. We'll see how long Shadow Moon takes us. Let's see what I'm missing. I only see 4. Where's the one I'm missing? Oh, there it is. God. I mean, I'd keep the existing Chromie. I like diegetic quest stuff as well. I just also like having a frickin' menu option, you know? The main reason I really want the menu option is to be able to pop in and out of it at will. There are plenty of times, and I've actually experienced this personally, when like I'm in the middle of doing such and such expansion, and someone's like, hey, can you come help me with something? And I'm like, sure. Let me go to Org, change out of Chromie Time, go help you with something, go back to Org, go back into Chromie Time, and then repeat the process, right? It is a very unnecessary sequence. And again, let us do it at any level. That really is the important part. That is great news indeed. I could not have asked for a better outcome. Your service to our people is most greatly appreciated. Your name will be forever remembered in the people's hearts, whoever you are. What's your name again? Now there's an even greater threat from the Burning Legion. To the south is a portal known as Death's Door, which opens upon the horrific world whereupon the Legion breeds its hounds. To get there, follow these extremely complex instructions, because we don't expect you to have flying at this point in time. What do you mean, Archeonville? Unless you're asking... Hang on. So, Burning Crusade and Legion are 2 different expansions. That's the simplest and easiest way to explain that. I mean, something I've been wanting for years, including during this very review, is to make a way so we could do raids at level, right? That's what I usually call the roulette wish list. And yeah, I agree. Give me my frickin' roulettes. Death's Door is a portal that opens to a world that the Burning Legion uses to breed their fellhounds and other canine-like terrors. Anytime you see one of those creatures that passes, that is where it came from, and it passes through here first. Lately we became aware that the Burning Legion have ramped up their summoning of these creatures through the portal. You must shut down the Death's Door before it becomes an inexorable tide and all is lost.
The Earth Mother.
We must shut down the Legion's access here, but first you have to destroy the warp gates. The problem is we can't even scratch those things, so you need to use their own weapons against them. That sounds familiar. The Death's Might, Death's Watch, Deathforge Oversmiths, and Deathforge Technicians carry the ammo. Okay.
May the eternal sun shine.
Let's go get some cannonballs. Excuse me. Could you die, please? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. If I was to go truly insane, like the true no-really wish list of Doom, and I know Huthor would hate this, not as much as Riker's Beard would. What I would want, so you can chromie time anywhere, you can chromie time at any level. You cannot, it's a menu option, but also chromie is still there. And there's a guidepost, something somewhere that indicates to new players, hey, this is how you experience older content. One of the biggest things I have to tell people picking up this game for the first time is who Chromie is and why she matters. So having something in the game indicating that would be helpful. Then we get into truly insane town. I want the follower dungeon system to be backported all the way back through everything in its current format, pretty much as is right now. And then I want them to do the same thing with raids. I want to be able to do Molten Core with a bunch of follower NPCs at level. Hang on. We're not actually done being insane yet, because there's one last thing I would really want, and that's the ability to do that with just players. So, to explain what I mean by that briefly, because that is two separate systems, technically. Obviously, if I could do a follower raid, I could bring, 15 players, or 10 players, or 5 players, or whatever. That's how the follower system works. But I would also like the ability to just not bring any followers whatsoever, and just bring players, and still do Molten Core at level, I guess 30. Is what you know what I mean, though. At level, right? Do Molten Core as is. Might be a better way to phrase that. Give me the raid content back. And since we're already backporting everything, we can do all the old dungeons, too. At level. Right now I have to kind of finagle with chromie time to make old dungeons work. But imagine if I could just say it. Like, I don't have to chromie... Like, I'm not chromie time right now. Imagine if I go to this screen, I'm like, okay. And I just pick a specific dungeon, and I scroll down to... Burning Crusade. I can't believe these are here. That's really strange. I scroll down to a specific dungeon, and I say, that one. And boom. Done. I've actually been thinking the same thing, Huthor. What game was that? It might actually be Diablo 3 I'm thinking of. One game out there I've played has very bespoke scaling. In other words, rather than any kind of percentage thing, it literally is, if you're level 15, these are your stats, right? And they made a chart. They made a table, excuse me. And they just do that. Here you go, this is you. And there's your stats. I need to use this button. What are my thoughts on maxes? I don't think I have any thoughts about maxes, but the only good Sims game was Sims 3. Just saying. No, exactly, Huthor. No, exactly. You get exactly where I'm going on that. Because if they set a chart, if there's a table, and that table just says, here is what you are at level 2, that table's good forever. And even if it needs some kind of adjustments in the future because of some unforeseen thing, it's really easy to go in and edit some table entries, you know? It's like, hang on, level 15 isn't quite right.
Del Ladris.
Do you have the cannonballs?
Farewell.
Those would stink more than I thought they would. Quickly, hand them over to me, and I'll imbue them with nature's force, such that they will provide extremely deadly to the fell masters and their unnatural creations. Now that the ammunition will affect the Burning Legion, it's time for you to use it. There are 2 warp gates, which are used for teleportation and enhancement of void terrors. One is to the south and one is to the north. Use the ammunition, kill them.
Asha Fela.
And this quest used to be rather buggy. We'll see if this actually works out today. Say what? No, I'm right. I'll just sit here for a minute and hope this works out well. So, sorry, I'm not even used to seeing anything up there. That's not where my pet bar is on my default or on my UI. So I didn't even notice it up here. Anyways, so I agree with you completely, once again, Huthor. I feel like that is a solvable problem. I feel like that's something that's doable. What it would take is some QA, basically. It would take someone sitting down and be like, okay, here's how we approach these fights, and identifying which fights specifically need manual adjustment to really make it work, like the loot ship. And there's a few like that throughout. I just destroy this myself, but you're not that powerful. Oh, it would be a lot of work, but to me, it's the kind of work I really like. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. It's a lot of upfront work to set up a system that will keep going and keep being beneficial years down the road. That's just crack to me, you know. Probably not, Charles. I'm not sure if Sims is a really good review game. Any Sims, never mind 4. I also have to admit, in the interest of total honesty, I do have a horse in this race because that is something I personally very much want. But I've heard many times from many people, both who are into this game and who are trying to get into this game, that something they want more is the old content to be more relevant, right? I know, Blizzard doesn't care, but you get my point. The hoops we've had to jump through just to make this very run happen is kind of indicative of what I'm talking about. And I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm still having some issues periodically. Oh, yeah. Boop. Alright, here's Huthor's thought process. Lore, you're dumb. Nobody likes you. Nobody ever liked you. Nobody wants to watch your dumb stream, because it's just that dumb. The only smart people in your stream is the viewers. You yourself. They all have to exist. We need more viewers to offset the dumb feel that you yourself project. It's like a counterbalancing, right? Like every one of you adds like 15% smart, and then I have like 200% dumb, and you gotta offset me. I've noticed that too, Huthor. Like every interview everyone said has been very clearly, well, that The Last Titan is going to be is going to be another Legion. It's going to be another Ender. It's just I think it might be gameplay wise this time instead of just narratively. This is really dumb. This quest actually sucked back in the day. This is another one of those 5-man quests. I knew what you meant, Huthor. I was just clarifying. Okay. We done? Oh, we actually are done. Hang on. Prototype cat attack right here, by the way. That's not actually a joke. Summoning a quest mob to you to turn in. This would become normal later on. Ugh. Or at least standardized. Oh, back.
Ah, I've been expecting.
Have you destroyed the warp gates?
Walk with
Your
you.
prowess is staggering.
Winds be
Baelmon the Houndmaster must die. He maintains the ritual that keeps the portal functioning. The Death Door portal is located beyond the north end of the canyon. When you find it, you'll find Baelmon. You're gonna need help on this one, so take this wand. When you battle him, use it, and a couple of my friends will come to your aid.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I can do that. Alright, this is it. The most terrifyingly powerful mob of all time. Some random Eridar. Okay, he's dead. In fairness, that was a pretty mean fight back in the day, too. You notice he's still an elite. That's 2 of the elites here that are actually still elites. Both of them were NPC fights as well. That's interesting. I wonder if they were having some tech issues where, like, the NPCs would kill them by themselves if they weren't elite, and then players wouldn't get credit, and that would lead to problems. Is it over? Has the danger been averted? Truly amazing. I thought we were indebted to you before. There's no way I could repay you now. But here, have a really, really crappy necklace. Thanks. And that's the zone. But there's one last thing we want to do. Let's go into Blackwing's lair. As our priest. Because we can't time walk anymore. It's okay, we got this. We're level 71. This is actually one of my highest level characters right now. No joke. So, can I summon you? No. They might be able to summon you, but I'm locked out of time walking. However, you can zone in manually, and you'll join. So I'll wait on the boss. I want to talk about this a little bit anyways. So that's Mulgar. He is, if not the first, one of the first council fights. It's him and Morose. There's your two council fights. Council fight's exactly what it sounds like. The whole point of a council fight is there's multiple bosses you have to fight simultaneously, and there's supposed to be multiple routes to dealing with them. So who you kill in what order is supposed to be part of the fight. And that's supposed to depend on your makeup and your quality, like what you can do and how you do it. So, let's look at our bosses here, shall we? First of all, we have Mulgar himself. He's actually really basic. I think he literally only does two things. And it's not going to tell me his skills because, of course, it isn't. But he does a whirlwind, and he hits hard. He doesn't even hit that hard relative to raid bosses at this point. So, Mulgar is kind of a joke. Once you get down to him, there's not much else going on. So the whole fight is getting down to Mulgar. At least that's what we usually did. On the left, we have Blind Eye the Seer, Kigler the Crazed. On the right, we have Olm the Summoner, and Krosh Firehand. So Olm the Summoner is exactly what he sounds like. He would summon demons. Demons can be banished by warlocks, and Olm himself should just be kind of tanked and held off in the corner and interrupted to prevent from anything he's doing. So you just kind of lock him down completely. Blind Eye the Seer, there's several ways to deal with him, but oftentimes we would try to completely focus him down first, because he's the one who can cause the most issues long term. Over here on Kigler the Crazed, I actually don't even remember what he does. Hang on, I actually looked that up. It's been a while. One moment, please. Ah, yeah, right. So, he does Arcane Explosion, Arcane Shock, Lightning Bolt, and AoE Polymorph, which lasts for 10 seconds and cannot be dispelled. So yeah, Kigler is someone you want to deal with as quickly as you possibly can. The thing is, there's several ways to deal with Kigler, and I know exactly how we used to do it. We used to have a Warlock on him, and the Warlock's job was just to sit there, you know, aggroing him. And just holding aggro on Kigler. Because a Warlock could drain health through a lot of his damage, and as long as he keeps him far, far away from everyone else, all his AoEs don't do anything. So, that's cool. But then there's Krosh Firehand. He's a fun one. Krosh over there, I can't remember what he does specifically, but he does something that makes it so you can't tank him as a melee. I have to look this up specifically, but hang on, let me look up Krosh here. Ah, that was it. Spell Shield. That's it. So okay. Olm there, he can be tanked traditionally. Kigler, he can be tanked by a lot of things, like a Warlock. But Krosh had to be tanked by a mage. Not a caster, a mage. The reason why is in Outland, in BC, they came up with this brand new ability called Spell Steal. It's exactly what it sounds like. It takes any kind of magic dispellable buff purgeable buff, excuse me, and steals it for the mage in question. So, Spell Shield reduces the magic damage you take by 75% for 30 seconds. Otherwise, Krosh just casts Greater Fireball. Greater Fireball hurts. Generally speaking, most tanks can only live through 2, maybe 3 fireballs. So you needed that Spell Shield to be able to tank him. Dealing with Krosh was actually one of the weirder things we had to deal with here because we only had one mage in our group. So that mage's job was to make this fight possible. My job, I was usually dealing with Blind Eye over there. I was a hunter or a priest at this point in time, depending on which character I was on. So that's fun. I haven't actually talked about Blind Eye yet. So what Blind Eye does is he has a huge bubble, he heals, and he casts Prayer. This is why we would absolutely nuke him down very, 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 very quickly. Thing is, he is interruptible, and he is deal-withable. So yeah, Blind Eye is kill the healer first. It's pretty much the exact tactic you would expect. And since I'm here, I can see what Mulgar actually did. So let's see, what does Mulgar do? He has a big heat hit, which cleaves. He has a knockback. He has a whirlwind, and he charges people. That's kind of it. He does do crushing damage, it's worth noting. But that's actually it. So, Spartan, have you managed to get here in the interim? Can't enter raid while time walking? What? So this would be another excellent time for time walking to be a menu option. So Maverick could just be like, hang on, and turn off time walking, and then enter the raid, right? It's crazy. All right, let me zone back out. It's what we've been doing this whole time, Arcanio. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I think I did know that. I just didn't remember it. There's the stone. There's the stone. Yeah, if you haven't been crush capped at this point, then what are you doing wrong? Okay, I'm just gonna do it. We are very, very late, so yeah, I should probably go ahead and just do this. So, council fight. Now, I actually tend to like council fights. I was pretty positive about Moreau's, too, over in Karazhan, if you remember. And for the record, I do have fairly positive memories about this fight. But you know one thing I remember most distinctly about the Mulgar fight? I was here on Zelona. And Zelona was like, hey, and that's the hunter. And it's spelled exactly like it sounded. Zelona. Very simple. And so someone was giving directions and asking me to go do something. And I don't think he meant it as a joke, but he kept saying, I don't want to try, or I'm not even going to bother. Because he refused to try and attempt to pronounce my name correctly. And for some reason, that memory has stuck in my head for a long time.
I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. You won't kill next one so easy.
And down he goes.
Gruul will crush you.
Yeah, like all council fights, this fight only goes one of two ways. Exactly according to plan, or immediately dissolves into chaos. And there really wasn't any in between. Only a couple of trash here. Big hitters, debuffers, healers, and buffers. Next bundle is 2 healers. Yeah, I got the hammer. Unfortunately, I already had the hammer. I've had the hammer for a while. But this is what it looks like for those curious. It's the one from the... Yeah, thank you. It's the one from the cinematic. Now we have 3 big hitters and a healer. Yes, Archeon Vale. Definitely. Wink, wink. Gronn... Gruul. I keep calling him Gronn. Gruul was probably one of the first times I discovered something about myself. See, I realized that I hate other players. They're coarse and they're irritating and they get everywhere. Because Gruul is not actually that complex of a fight. Let me explain this fight for you. So he hits decently hard. not actually all that hard. In fact, he hits relatively low. But he also hits very fast. This is something they used to do a lot back in the day, where they would vary up a boss. Some bosses would just hit very, very hard. Some bosses would hit quickly. And there were two very different types of damage income. And they required different mentalities from healers and different mentalities from tanks to deal. So you always had to know, is it a quick hitter or is it a heavy hitter? So this is a quick hitter. Every 30 seconds, his damage increases by 15%, and he gets larger. That ability stacks 30 times. That's your soft enrage right there. At a certain point in time, Gruul will be doing so much damage, you will not be able to keep up. He also has this thing called Hurtful Strike. This is actually an ability they invented back in Noxoramus. Hurtful Strike hits whoever his second aggro target is who is in melee range. So this is one of our first you need two tanks kind of a mechanic. The main tank is, of course, just sitting there living, but the second tank, he just hits periodically, essentially for free. It hits very hard in contrast to Gruul himself. We're talking like a good 80% of your health before you start doing mitigations. So that became a whole mechanic, having the second tank being up there and maintaining the number 2 slot on aggro and constantly cycling live abilities. So that's your off tank's job. Then he'd do reverberation. Everyone is silenced for 4 seconds. Okay. Then he does cave in. Just a random spot will start having damage there. This also increases speed and in speed throughout the course of the fight. And that just happens all over the place. So that causes its own problems and kind of forms another form of a soft enrage along with the growth. But then there's Ground Slam. It's Ground Slam, Grasp, Stoned, and Shatter. But really, it's one ability. The whole thing is him doing one attack. And this is his final attack. So first, he smashes the ground and everyone flies in a random direction. You then have 5 seconds total to move, okay? So, like, I'm going to do a really crude job of conveying this. So let's say he just threw me. I got to run, and then I got to run slowly, and then I stop. And that's it. And that's my distance. If you had blink or dash or anything that could actually make you move quicker, that would be helpful. Because what you need to do is you need to not be near anyone else. That's the important part. You need to spread out as much as you possibly can. Because the next thing he does is he stuns you. Then he does damage to everyone in the group. However, that damage is fairly low, unless you're near someone. For every individual person you're near, the increase in damage is gargantuan. As in, if you have 2 people next to each other, they might live through that. If you have 3 people next to each other, they probably won't live through that. Look at the size of this cave and think about 25 people being in this room. And that's the fight. He hits fast. You have your off-tank holding him. He's constantly getting stronger. He has cave-ins. He has AoE silences. And then you have to avoid everyone. I hated this fight. Not because it's a hard fight. I actually like this fight mechanically. I'm probably going to positive Gruul here. But I hated everyone I fought this guy with. Every other player in the team pissed me off. Because the idea of get away from player just was beyond the purview of most minds. So, you know, that sucked. Anyway, so then he died. Let's see what he drops. I actually have one other memory of this jackass. Just the one. So, on my hunter specifically, I had already done some calculations and parsing and whatever that's called. I actually can't think of what that's called. No, he sounds evil. I will kill you. Like, that's the kind of voice he has. Anyways, thank you, simming. I was doing some simming, and I discovered that the actual best trinket in the game for me, even as of Black Temple, dropped off of this guy. I don't remember what I could probably look. That's it right there. the Dragon Spine Trophy. So it had agility, and it gave you a haste proc. And that was incredibly invaluable to me. And it was my best in slot trinket until Sunwell. Some random asshole rogue got that because he decided to burn the DKP on it because he thought, why not? Didn't actually like it, didn't use it, and then ended up selling it. I've never quite forgotten that. And he was a rogue, so he had priority over me. Because that was a system we implemented. They implemented. So once again, other players were the problem. And you wonder why I don't have any fond memories of the good old days. Anyways. So, that was Blade's Edge Mountains. Thank God we got through it today. I'm very happy about that. If luck and fortune are with me, we might actually finish up Netherstorm tomorrow. But one way or another, we are definitely going to start Shadow Moon Valley tomorrow. I hope to see at least some of you there.